Hey, Ruffles. Skeletron fridge? Yeah. That's not a fridge. Hate to break it to you. That's a dishwasher. I'm sorry that you're so inexperienced in home appliances. Adjusting my mic, the thing on it was not changing very easily. Hey, Mertron. Hey, Tempest Man. So I think it's time that we moved on to the next mech boss. And I think the twins are going to be the most difficult of the mech bosses, so we're going to move on to Skeletron Prime next. It's running over Skeletron Prime, probably. You are the expedition leader now? Nice. Expedition leader's a bit annoying to grind out. Especially because you unlock all the fun things, like, in the middle, like, early to middle, and then you still have, like, a bunch of other quests to do, and there's not a whole lot going on. Okay. So, I have an idea on how to do Skeletron Prime. I haven't tested it, but I have an idea. So, I could fight Skeletron Prime in largely the same way that I fought regular Skeletron. But the problem is, Skeletron has that despawning bug. And that's really concerning. And I have to try to find a way to fight him that is not going to have the despawning bug be a potential issue. So, what I think I'm going to do... Where's my character? Also, off stream, I'd gotten to 500 HP by going to dig around in the jungle a bit. I also got an Aegis fruit. And unfortunately, I did not get enough stuff to get the Ankh shield. I got the trifold map in Bazaar. Try to kill Daddy Longlegs with only regular spears with the pursued burden. As Spearmaster. So I think if you have the pursuer fall off a cliff by like knocking it off, what you could probably do is knock off the pursuer in... Are you really sick? That sucks, Ruffles. I hope you feel better. In either the underhang or the wall, and then go into 5 pebbles, and I think once it's knocked off a cliff, it doesn't respawn, because it also doesn't despawn. I'm not sure if that follows between areas, but that might be the line for how to do that. You try to pursue it to get eaten by Daddy Longlegs. Well, it would respawn, I think. But okay. I also got a hollowed helmet for another piece of defense. The idea is going to involve teleporters. So let's... How many do I want? I think 4 teleporters, 8 switches should be good. Get some wire. Let's go build this. I'm going to put a teleporter on the ground here. And then... I think Skeletron, I looked it up, stays about 12.5 or higher blocks above you. So I'm going to put this about 14 blocks up, I think. I think up there. Put the first trail. Why is Skeletron... What do you mean? That's just Skeletron. Have you played Terraria before? Hey, Wetfish. Okay. I'm gonna put the first teleporter here. Go up a little bit. Put the second teleporter here. Go up a little bit. And then put one more teleporter up here, I think. Maybe a bit lower. Just killed Providence with an anchor 4 hours of your life? Damn. What difficulty was it on? Death? Vengeance? Regular? I need to get my... please speak in English, totally not YN. Vengeance? The damn axe would make you go crazy. Oh, I also got a Sergeant United shield. I wanted to test, somebody had mentioned seeing if the parry caused the lawnmower to do extra damage, and I do kind of want to test that. I don't think it will, because I think it only affects melee attacks, but I think it's worth trying, at least. I don't ever really use this thing. The parry deals damage. Hold on. Oh, the parry does deal damage. And it also doesn't buff the lawnmower damage. Okay. The parry did like 100 damage there. So no. One, the parry deals a lot of damage on its own, and two, it doesn't buff the lawnmower's damage. Hey, via QGX. But that's fine. I was just kind of curious about it. Parry only win? I don't think it would work for the same reason that, like, reflected damage with thorns only wouldn't work. Which is like the Moonlord doesn't have. Is it too high up? Oh, hold on. I have thingy somewhere. Up here? Yeah, that's my sundial. Is that only the brand of Inferno parry did something? No, the brand and the Sergeant United shield are both the, I think they both function identically. Does it deal AoE damage or only single target? I don't know. Okay, I think I'm going to... On the left side here... If I move my cursor to the left, I'm going to teleport up. And if I have my cursor on the right, I'm going to teleport between the top and the bottom. I think that'll be the play. And then switch, 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 switch. Okay. And then... Legit though, why do they have to get some of the most interesting mechanically speaking items behind the old one's army? You're an artificer at shelter in Chimney Canopy near Sky Islands. How can you survive the cycle if you're starving? Can you make your way to the popcorn plant above the wall? It's only a couple rooms. Artificer can do the jump to get over the big jump, so I don't have to worry about that. You would have to evade a couple of vultures, though. I feel like that your other option could be if... Problem is you don't have any food to make exploding spears, but it would be easy to kill like a vulture and get food off of that with an exploding spear. If you have the echo activated, you could do the echo cheese on a vulture. Those are the things that come to mind. Okay, let's see if this works. The idea is if I hold my cursor to the left, I will go... hold on. Messed something up. I don't want the... Okay, I see my problem. I don't want the wire to be overlapping on the switch. Actually, I don't even need to switch up there. Pop complaint is not available. Do you have any... If you defeat all hands, then you'll donate $100. No. That would add, like, probably 40 hours to the fight. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna do that. I can think of better ways to spend my time. Okay. So if I sit here... Okay, did I just clip through the wall here? What? Hold on. Oh, interesting. I walked up on that. Okay. Well, let's... I'm gonna close up this area a bit. Hey, Victoria. I think this will work. In addition to this, I think I'm going to put down my 2 heart statues over here. Where are my heart statues? Oh, they're over here. Bath statues here. I should also put honey. I could just put honey in here. Maybe I put it in, like, this one. Since we'll teleport through it. Not quite deep enough. Realistically, we're not going to be moving very much at all. We're probably going to be standing still the whole fight, but I don't think I'm going to be able to AFK because I need to actively teleport. I'm going to probably reinforce these so that the bomb hand doesn't hit us. Okay, I'm going to put heart statues here, here, and I'm also going to go ahead and wire them up to this. Okay. I'm going to go activate that. Okay, it's just up there. Let me... These down here. And I think I'll also go ahead and get some conveyor belts. Ever found the dirtiest block? I don't recall finding it. Just looking for the shame where you don't level the Aether spawns at. It can spawn pretty much anywhere between lava and underground, I believe. It's a pretty wide range. You can predict the exact height that it spawns at based on the type of jungle shrine you have in your world. But otherwise, it's got a very wide range of spaces it can inhabit. I'm gonna get some conveyor belts. Oh wait, the steampunker sells conveyor belt. I don't have the steampunker yet. Oh well, it's fine. Awkward thing is we won't be able to pick up hearts like that unless I close this in like this. Right? Then it should. Okay, yeah. And then I can... That should work. Yeah, let me reinforce this so that the bomb won't blow us up. I think 3 thick should be plenty. The bomb is really the only part of Skeletron Prime that's able to deal notable damage to us outside of his spinning head. Everything else does, like, very little damage. I also don't think I only need to reinforce the right side, but I'll do the left side just in case. Because his bomb is on the right side of him. Do I plan to kill the limbs first? Oh, God, no. I'm not gonna kill the limbs. Okay, in case I need to get out of here, I'm gonna go ahead and put some doors in here. Should I prevent them from opening? Also gonna go ahead and put my sundial. I don't want my sundial to be too close by is the thing. Maybe I put the sundial up here. Because I do not want to smoke coaster the sundial. As long as I'm not in a position where that's a possibility. Okay. Okay, I think we're just about ready to go. We have the hut statues wired up. We have honey, bath statue. What's the sundial for? In case like an eclipse happens or something, I wouldn't want a reaper coming in and messing things up. Speaking of that, I'm gonna put some walls in here just in case it affects the spawning of certain enemies. I'm gonna get some potions. How many? So we have plenty of well-fed buffs, plenty of pumpkin pies. I don't have very many regeneration. I shouldn't need to use greater healing potions. How am I gonna fight Skeletron Prime with a lawnmower? You'll see. Pay attention. Iron skin potions. You can eat bird. Hopefully you can eat bird. That would help a lot, yeah. Regular vultures are pretty easy to hunt, especially if you can get... Do you have any exploding spears already, Emerchon? Because just one exploding spear should be enough to take out a regular vulture. How many regens can I make? 50? That's 400 minutes. Which is... a little over 6 hours. I'm going to try to get some more regen potions, just in case. Why did I choose Lawnmower? It won a poll. Let's create some purification powder, and then I'll get some more mushrooms, because I'm not able to... to get more potions once I start the fight. And Skeletron Prime will despawn if we leave, unlike the Destroyer. What were the other things on the poll? Paper airplane, wooden hammer, amethyst staff, possibly wander sparking? I don't really remember. Yeah, the pillars are in a weirder spot. Let's just check and make sure we don't have any latent powers on. Time is flowing at normal rate. Weather is fine. God mode is not on. Spawn rates are at normal. Enemy difficulty is at 2. Infection spread is enabled. Okay. Didn't think any of those were on, but just making sure before we start the fight. Yeah, if you shimmer Vicious Powder, that's how you get Purification Powder on the Remix Seed. And by finding... This is going to be a pain in the ass with Ichor stickers. By finding Vicious Mushrooms on dirt, not mud, if we hit them with Purification Powder, they will turn into regular mushrooms, and we can harvest them. And that is about our best shot for getting large numbers of mushrooms quickly. Anything down here? But yeah, that's how you get the slime that requires Purification Powder in this seed and in Get Fixed Boy. Now in Get Fixed Boy, you can't really... God damn it. You can't really shimmer purification powder to get mushrooms because the whole world is mud. And because of that, purifying vicious mushrooms instead turns them into the doodads, the things, jungle spores. If I wanted jungle spores, I could. Yeah. I don't. I have not. What the fuck is this bullgen? Leave me alone. The ichor stickers are annoying. Stop. This is why the Crimson sucks. In these seeds. Ichor stickers. Awful. Especially when you can't. God, let me get the mushroom I purified, please. How many is that? 15? Okay. 15 should be enough. You know, like the way I say ichor stickers? I mean, that's how it's pronounced. Okay. I'm gonna hectic when we reach the twins. Yeah, we'll have to, that one's not gonna be easy. Okay. Swap in Flesh Knuckles, Berserker's Glove, Vein of Confusion, Cross Necklace. As nice as Charm of... Oh wait, that's the Treasure Magnet. That's not the Cross Necklace. Where's my Cross Necklace? Cross Necklace? Cross Necklace. Turn to the hardest back boss for a change? They're usually the hardest in low damage runs. Yeah. That's wrong. Thought I had enough to tank it. Defense to tank everything? No. God, no. I mean, the Destroyer's mouth still hurt me. Oh, wait, hold on. I have to... Did I do Prime yet? No, we're about to do Prime. Okay. I need to get the skull. Let's see. 11 defense takes us to 115. That sounds about right. I had a skull drop. From something. Where'd it go? Is it my piggy bank? It is probably in the chest up here. Yeah, I think it's in here. There it is. Okay. Go home. The twins have a damage over time effect that's quite damaging, which makes them quite difficult when you have a tanky build. Okay. Gonna put something there. Fine. Fine. Something there. Let's see how this works. Okay. Okay. We are able to deal damage to him. Okay. We're gonna have to tone down the game audio. Because these teleporting noises are going to be annoying as fuck. Oh wait, oops, that's not what to do. He doesn't actually do that much damage when he's spinning. But I don't want to risk the despawning glitch. I want to see how long it takes to deal 100 damage. Oh, 50 damage, okay. Yeah, let's turn this way down. And I might just put on some music. We'll see how it goes first. Yeah, I could keep this going for a lot longer, I think. The trip upward, and I could probably get more damage out of it, but I don't want to be in a position... Is this an AFK boss? Unfortunately not. If I brought, like, 2 or 3 more teleporters, I think we'd be in a better position. Okay, we're almost at the 100 damage mark. Destroyer did not despawn, though. So far, regular Skeletron is the only boss we've had issues with despawning. And the despawning issues are why we're not fighting Prime the same way that we fought regular Skeletron. Because, like, I can tank the skull. The skull does not deal that much damage. Like, that's really not that difficult to tank. But I don't want his skull on top of me. Although, actually, I guess if I'm standing still, it shouldn't be an issue. I can't tank it all the time, but I can do a good amount of tanking it. Regular Skeletron did damage me more, yeah. Prime is kind of a joke in that respect. Like, I doubt I'm even going to need to use any healing potions over the course of the fight. Prime is not a difficult boss at all. He was not taking damage, though. I guess maybe he drifted a bit to the side. Damn it. Come on. What's my armor? So much thanks to Cross Necklace? No, I think just the amount of defense I have relative is considerably better now. Kill the vulture with your bare hands and sharp teeth? Nice. This is a lot better damage than I had expected. I'm not gonna lie. This teleporter setup works really well for damaging Skeletron. This is very cheesy. I mean, I don't have very many options. How many ways do you think there are to deal damage to Skeletron with a lawnmower? Because that's the thing with the lawnmower is, my options for dealing damage are really limited. How long does it take to beat Destroyer? I think about 6 hours. I just can't, hit him normally. If I could fight him normally, I would fight him normally. But what am I gonna do? Sit there and tank his skull? We can't do that, because he'll despawn. And he doesn't stay on level ground with you, and you have to be standing still. Or you have to be on flat ground in order to hit things with the lawnmower, and at that point you might as well just be standing still, because he'll despawn if you're moving while you do it, and if you're standing still, you might as well build something like that lets you hit him consistently. Prime does about the same damage spinning as regular Skeletron did, I think. Maybe hit the twins when they're dashing? I have a similar plan for the twins. I think it'll be like this. Are the devs fixing the despawning issue? I have no idea. I'm still not sure they even know it exists, really. I mean, or if it's on their radar as like a legitimate issue to fix, or if it's just a niche thing. Spasmatism will be deadly. Post Inferno is the main concern that I have with the twins. The damage over time debuff that Spasmatism deals. How long do you think the fight will take? You know, let me look at the potion timers. Once it hits 8 minutes, that'll probably be a reasonable estimation. We can look at how much damage we dealt in 8 minutes, and then extrapolate from there. Yes, it is impossible for me to deal more than 1 damage with the Lawnmower at this point. It cannot crit. I cannot get enough armor penetration to deal more than 1, and its damage cannot be buffed. So there's no RNG without damage. Yeah, I can evaluate once we, It's looking like maybe 500 or 600 damage in 8 minutes, but we'll check exactly when the time comes. When he gets out of his spin, he flies up quite aggressively. And there was also, you know, the initial learning period, so our damage during this 800 is a bit lower than it would typically be. But, like, it's difficult enough trying to hit his skull here. Trying to kill his hands on top of this would be a nightmare. Okay, let's say maybe 400. Let's be conservative and say 450 damage in 8 minutes. Which is less damage than we're doing. But it's, you know, leaving room for mistakes or things like that. 450 damage per 8 minutes is 90 damage a minute? No. 80 something. Wait, 50? Is that? Yeah, about 60 damage a minute. I'm just thinking of things backwards. A lot on my mind. Yeah, about 60 damage a minute. Between 50 and 60, because that'd be 480 for 60. 600 damage in 8 minutes. 9 hours. That's not too bad. I mean, I was anticipating as much as like 40 hours. No stream splitting? What do you mean? Like streaming on Twitch as well? I'm not doing that. It's gonna take about 12 more minutes. I might still split this between 2 days, though. Because if it's 9 hours, that's a long time. To be streaming for 1 day. Especially since I'm also probably going to do the twins later this week. And if I do a 9-10 hour stream 1 day, I'm going to be really tired the coming days. Might as well use my potions to allow me to play more aggressively. Get more damage in. Would I fight optional bosses? Again, it depends how I'm feeling. That's not a decision I've made yet. It's 100% dependent on how I'm feeling at the time. Hey, Furhad's music. I forgot endurance. I didn't forget endurance. It's borderline impossible to get enough endurance potions to have for the entire fight. I only use potions I can make for the entire fight. It's pointless otherwise. Why am I fighting him on expert? As opposed to what, master? It's just less time than fighting him on master. I'm sure this strategy would work on master as well, but I don't want to. It's just stat bloat. Betsy versus Lawnmower? Oh god, no. Betsy is such a boring boss. Okay, I mean, we're making good progress. We're already almost 1,000 HP down. Which means we only have to do it 41 more times, roughly. Which is really not bad. Lawnmower versus Green Slime Epic Rap Battle. Supreme Calamitous versus Lawnmower? I don't think Supreme Calamitous would be possible with Lawnmower. I mean, she's, like, not really tankable at all. And quickly do a diss track against Skeletron Prime. Galala. I'm disappointed you guys kept not having Hatoful Boyfriend win in the poll. I have no idea, Sharktails. I'm not gonna know until we get to figuring out the setup we're gonna use for it. Like, it kept coming in second place, but not actually winning any of the polls. 5 days? Oh no, 5 days is like less time than Copper Shortsword took. I'm not saying that, you know, I don't like the games that I did play. I mean, I had fun playing Factorio. TF2 was kind of bleh, not gonna lie. I enjoyed Half-Life 2 Episode 2 a lot. But I could have been dating birds. Hatoful Boyfriend is weird. You've never played it? I've played it. I'm familiar with the game. I just think it's fun to play. You missed a lot. How did I beat the Wall of Flesh? You can go watch the stream where I killed the Wall of Flesh to go figure that out. The answer is that I just killed him with a lawnmower. I mean, you walk at him, you mow him over, you deal damage. There's not, like, a trick to the fight. I mean, I had above average life regain because games with a lot of text aren't good for streaming. I disagree. I can read text. Wall of Flesh is not easily cheesable. What is Seto for boyfriend? It's a dating sim. You date birds. How to auto teleport on mobile? I don't know. I don't play mobile. But yeah, I'm down to play game music from other games while doing these, except Celeste. Because anytime I've done anything related to Celeste, the stream immediately gets demonetized. Whether that be playing Celeste or playing it during streams of not Celeste. Which is also like why I haven't played Celeste again. Because it's really annoying. How does Celeste demonetize a video? The soundtrack gets flagged. I would not play a parody song of Undertale or FNAF, saying as I do not care about either of those games. Thought it was only Undertale and Deltarune that cared about it. I don't know. I don't know why it happens. All I know is that it does, and it's really annoying. Will I ever stream Toho? I don't have any plans to. What about Starlight River mod? The only thing I've heard about Starlight River is that somebody said it was like in 1.4.4 beta for T-mod or something. Teleport itself is brilliant. Thank you. I could have made it better. Like, I think I could keep it going for a bit further and, get some more vertical time in, but overall it works pretty well. I'm happy with it. Yeah. But like, it's annoying going through all the trouble of having to deal with it being flagged, and I would rather just not play it than have to go through a bunch of process to try to contact the, like, music creator and, like, go through YouTube's really shitty appeal process just to monetize a stream when I could just not play it. Hey, AJ guy. How you doing? Starlight River is basically Terraria's newest ungodly quality mod. I don't know what that means. It's just a good mod? It's high quality? It's really well made, good graphics. Are you allowed to share your vid with this chat? I would say no, because links are banned. Yeah, and, like, people have sent me, like, a link to, like, the Celeste Twitter or, like, their website saying it's fine to use their music and things or whatever, but that is the creator that said that, not the music publisher, which is the one that's flagging it. There's only 3 bosses and all of them are pre-hard mode right now, but every single weapon and tool you've seen is unique, nearly 40k? Wait, are you saying 40k weapons and... That can't be right. What? 40k what? What is 40k referring to? Oh, 40k health. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about something in the mod. Like 40k weapons and tools. I've not been paying attention to Skeletron Prime very much. But yeah, with low damage things, Skeletron Prime really is the easiest, easiest of the mech bosses, because Skeletron Prime doesn't really have any unique, qualities that poses a challenge during challenge runs. The twins have a damage over time effect, which is very annoying, during a lot of low damage things. That's the main reason I'm concerned about the twins, is because of Cursed Inferno. They also have a weird way that they stand that makes them rather difficult to hit with a lot of low-range weapons. The Destroyer just has a mountain of health. Prime doesn't really have anything. His damage is, like, kind of high, but it's not that high. It's pretty easy to tank. His AI isn't, you know, particularly... It doesn't have any unique aspects like those do, the Destroyer having a mountain of health, and the twins... sticking in a weird location relative to you, and, things like that, which just makes him, much easier compared to them. He doesn't have very much health, either. But isn't it just Skeletron's AI? Yeah, Prime just has a slightly faster version of regular Skeletron's AI. Which is... So the setup I have here, if you're not familiar with Skeletron's AI, Skeletron and Skeletron Prime always try to stay above you, which is what I'm taking advantage of here and why this teleporter setup works. Except for when he's spinning. He does not have horizontal movement whatsoever if you are standing still. He will just stay directly above you. Do this in For the Worthy? I'd rather not. Prime, he doesn't even have the most defense, Terraria gamers. His base defense is 24. When spinning, that's increased to 48, which is the highest of the mech bosses, but that's only when he's spinning. The Destroyer, I think, has 30 defense, and Phase 2 Twins have... I think Phase 2 Spasmatism is 28. So, like, his defense isn't even that much higher when he's not spinning. When he is spinning, it is decently high. The hands do block a number of shots, though, which effectively adds to his HP pool if you're not using piercing weapons. And a lot of people will try to attack Skeletron Prime's hands and kill them before killing him. There are some people who are under the mistaken impression that he operates similarly to regular Skeletron, which is that his defense scales based on the number of hands he has alive. That's not true with Skeletron Prime. His hands being alive, the only thing that killing the hands changes is that they are no longer there. It does not affect the head in any way. The Lawnmower is still possible? I can't think of any bosses that would make the run impossible from here on out, just ones that would make it difficult, slow, and annoying. Oh yeah, Prime with no hands is a cakewalk, but you also have to blow through... Like, I think if you count the hands, he has like double the HP. Because Prime has, like, 40,000 HP in his hands, I think. Something like that. Moonlord? Oh yeah, Moonlord's gonna be annoying. Don't get me wrong. Oh yeah, light discs are good for Skeletron. We're making good progress here. How long have I been at it? 20 minutes? Not that long. I have to keep holding... I'm just holding forward into the wall, Jesse. I'm not tapping it. If I was tapping it, my hand would be in a lot more discomfort than it is now. But yeah, I can just hold up against the wall. It doesn't check if you're actually moving. It checks if you're holding down a movement key. That's the check that the Lawnmower has. Thanks, Lysandra. So, I mean, at this point, there's a lot we could do. Unfortunately, I can't really read a book. It's a bit too involved, playing the game to read something. I think Phase 1 Plantera we could finish reading, at the Mountains of Madness. Because I think that's going to be AFK. Phase 2 Plantera, I'm not sure. But Phase 1 Plantera, I think, will be pretty much AFK. So we could finish reading that book then. So I guess we just kind of hang out. It's gonna be a few hours. And that's an understatement. If you missed it, I finished editing a couple of videos yesterday. There was the Dancepad Rain World video. And then I also whipped together a highlight of the times I played Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2. What about Golem? Golem's awkward because his hitbox isn't where you think it is. He might be AFK-able, but I'm not sure. Do I like audiobooks? I don't really listen to audiobooks much. Your family likes to listen to them at 2x speed? Oh god. You think I should turn down the game volume more? How's the teleporter sound? Anyone else wants their funeral to be a treasure hunt of their body? No, I would rather just not have a funeral. Funerals, at least in the US, I'm not sure how it is in other countries, but funerals are a scam. Like, it's tens of thousands of dollars that people pay, especially, like, coffins are obscenely expensive. Like, the whole business is just milking grieving people for absurd amounts of money. I would rather just be, like, thrown in an unmarked grave and have people save tens of thousands of dollars. Or just, like, cremated. How long will it take? I mean, you can see how long we've been going at it. I guess not exactly if you just came here. I think we've been going for about 32 minutes, a little over half an hour, based on the number of, potions that have been used. And in those, we're dealing about a little over 1,000 damage every 10 minutes. I think that's about the rate we're working with, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a little under. No, I think about 1,000 damage 10 minutes. How will this work for Moonlord? We are going to stop him from healing. His healing is completely avoidable. If you're not sure how that happens, I would suggest you go watch any of the other times I've done Moonlord with low damage things. Whether that be the flare gun, the copper short sword, the wooden bow, bouncy dynamite, hell, possibly even the Phoenix Blaster. I don't remember if we had enough damage to kill the leeches with the Phoenix Blaster. His healing is not terribly difficult to avoid if you know what you're doing. I put that I beat terraria with a lawnmower on my grave. I think I go into depth describing it in the bouncy dynamite only video. So if you want an in-depth explanation of why it works, I would check out that video because I think that's where I go into a lot of detail describing it. Okay, we almost broke 4,000 damage, which is about 10% of the fight. I think our initial estimate of damage was actually a bit of an underestimate. This may only take like 7 or so hours. Been an hour now? It hasn't been an hour. We weren't fighting Skeletron the entire hour. We took a while to set things up. I think I started with 75 regeneration potions. And as of right now, we've blown through 4.5, which is about 36 minutes. So I think we're at about 36 minutes. I'd say 36, 40 minutes, somewhere in that ballpark. So I think about 1,000 damage every 10 minutes seems pretty reasonable. I'm not positive on the number of potions I started with, but I think it was 75. But yeah, the twins are going to be the mech boss that's really going to be difficult, though. Because we can deal damage to Prime. Like, we can hit him pretty frequently. We are not going to be able to hit the twins frequently. They are very agile, they do not stand still for long, and it is difficult to get yourself on top of them in the same way. You can try Cygnus now? Oh yeah, the guy from Calamity. I don't really remember that fight very much. But yeah, we're not going to be able to stay on top of the of the twins in the same way that we're staying on top of Prime. It would take 7 or 8 hours to defeat him. Can I go on for that long? Yeah, easily. I think the longest I fought a boss in a single sitting would be when I did Copper Short Sword Empress of Light. I think the last day I did Empress of Light was like an 11-hour stream. Well, it's weird because the twins actually have a very evident relationship dynamic. If you pay attention to where they stay relative to you, the Destroyer is actually a bottom. He stays underneath you for the most part. Prime is a top. Like, he tries to stay above you. Whereas the twins stay to the side of you. If anything, the twins are the ones that are a switch. I may probably also need hollowed armor. For what? The twins? Nah. I mean, I might do it, but I forget how much defense we lose for hollowed armor compared to frost, but I might consider possibly grinding the old one's army on a fresh world with a Hoik to see if I can get defender medals if the tier 2 old one's army armor is worth getting. Mechanical Mayhem win. I mean, it would just be very, very, very boring. Like, this is already very uninteresting. There's really not a lot going on here. But if you add in the, like, absurd amount of extra HP, it would just take a very long time and not be very difficult or interesting. Yeah, again, if you're wondering, this is on expert mode. Do I like Mechanical Mayhem in general? No. I very rarely do it. Kind of boring. The mech bosses don't blend together well. When fighting them all at once. Actually, no, I was underestimating our damage. We're not doing 1,000 damage every 10 minutes, because then it'd be at 3,800. Genuine question, this kind of stuff doesn't look fun in the slightest. Why do I do this? I don't know. Tell an achievement you haven't done because you couldn't get around to it. I mean, it's a pretty easy one to get, especially if you have post-mech gear. Like, if you go in there with, like, post-golem stuff, they are not difficult to kill at all. I don't know what that means, Lissandro. Yeah, I think we just passed the 40-minute mark and we're at about 3,500 damage dealt. It's getting hot in my room. I might have to, crank up the AC a bit. Hollow chest and legging of 26 combined and frost is 33. Yeah, I don't think I would go for hollowed. I have the hollowed mask, which is good, but I wouldn't get the chest and leggings. The set bonus is not that worthwhile. Because the set bonus is not very good if you're not taking damage sparingly. The one dodged attack is not better than... a 9 to 10 hour fight. We'll probably split it up between 2 days then, I think. That's a long time to go for 1 day, and I'd rather not wear myself out, energy-wise. You learned how to do a backflip from the pole? Which pole? Or do you mean just, like, from on top of a pole doing a backflip cold? Lawnmower? Yes. It's really hot in my room. I'm gonna go turn on the AC. I'll be back in a sec. I might also switch to put on some music. How am I expecting this playthrough to last? Well, we're expecting Skeletron Prime to take about 10 hours, so that's your... that's your metric. $78 degrees. It gets hot in this room. 31 defense for claw fight, legs, and chest. Are either of those higher than Frost's individually? One thing you quite like about classic mode speedruns to make them fun to watch is the bosses deal low enough damage they can do multiple at once. Yeah. If they're not more than Frost individually, then I wouldn't consider them. Because I think really the only thing I'm going to care about is just the amount of defense that the item provides. And if it doesn't provide a lot of defense, I'm not really interested in it. But yes, we have 115 defense right now, which is a lot for pre-mech. It's not quite optimal, but it's difficult to get more defense than we have. No, this is going to be more than a 100-hour playthrough, easily. We're already at like 50 hours and we haven't even gotten through the mech bosses, and it's only going to get slower from here on out. Yeah, let me, I'll just put on the Rain World soundtrack for now. I like that soundtrack. Rain World soundtrack. Alright, how's that volume? Sounds fine? Okay. Frost chest has 2 more defense and Clawfight legs also have 13 defense. Yeah, I mean, I don't care about the other stats. Defense is really all that matters, so doesn't sound like it's worth upgrading. Did I kill the other Robo Gang bosses? I have killed Destroyer. I have not killed Twins. I'm fighting them in order of the difficulty. Destroyer's the easiest. What do you do as a DM in general if a one-shot is dragging on? It depends on the one-shot and why it's dragging on. I think it would be difficult for me to give a generic answer. It would be more of a case-by-case basis. Are you on a strict time limit? And why is it dragging on? Is it because of, like, people are taking a long time to doing things, people are chatting and being off topic? They started paying attention to something that was not your initial intention? What's the... Say I like to play Terraria, but you're on Classic and you're only at Twins? I mean, just because other people are better at the game than you, it doesn't mean you can't have fun playing it. Nothing wrong with playing slowly or playing on Classic. Hasn't happened yet, but you're just thinking just in case. Well, I think it would depend on why it happens. If it's related to a side plot that came up, like, let's say they dick around for like an hour or something in town before going out to a dungeon. Like, you have them meet up in a tavern to get the quest, and then they go out to do something. Just make some excuse to get rid of whatever character they're interacting with and push them forward. It doesn't have to make sense. It's a one-shot. You can make up whatever you want. But try to get them started with things, the actual adventure itself. Try not to drag on the setup, because that part doesn't matter too much. And you don't want to waste too much time there. If it's doing the actual thing itself, you could add some kind of artificial... completely artificial and 100% up to your whim time limit. Something like, let's say they're going into an old abandoned ruins or something. Well, it starts to drag on, and after a certain point, you feel like an earthquake or something starts to rumble, and it feels like the place is collapsing. And then there's pressure on them to get out of there as soon as possible, or at least get out of the room they're in and push things forward. You can also just, depending on who it is, just be upfront with them. Like, you guys are playing really slowly, you're not going to get through the one-shot. Like, say, we only have this many hours to play. If you guys aren't finished by the end of it, we're just going to stop in the middle of it, and you're not going to finish. 16 defense for Shroomite legs? What's that compared to, like, turtle? I don't know if I'm going to get turtle leggings. That's the problem, is farming enemies is very difficult. Personally, I've never really had the issue with one-shots dragging on too long. It's also a potential option. If it's really taking a long time, you could change it from a one-shot to a two-shot. If it's taking a long time, but you're having a lot of fun with it, and people are having fun with it, you could change it to be like, you find a point in the middle to stop, and then you pick it up another day and continue some other time. That is also an option. Did you make the one shot yourself, or is it one that you found somewhere? So the music's not too loud, right? I just want to check again. Homebrew? All good? Okay. Turtle is 17, Squire and Beetle are 18, Valhalla is 24. Okay. Keep it in mind. Honestly, it seems like Squire might be the play. If we can do Old One's Army, we could do it now. Because we're not gonna get any stronger. So maybe we try to get Squire for, like, Plantera and the Twins. Because that's, whole 5 defense. It's quite a lot. It's not quite a Valhalla Knight. Shroomite does have pretty good defense, yeah. Can I move the teleport? Yeah, I can turn off the teleporters. Or just make them even quieter. It is nice having some amount of feedback from the game to make sure that I am teleporting. Sure, my chest is also 24. What's that compared to the other options at that stage? Do I have to set up using Lawnmower too? What do you mean? Not sure I understand the question. I mean, ranged armor sets have good defense, Jesse. Like, mage and summoner armors have bad defense. Melee and ranger armors have good defense. Generally, ranger has pretty... I mean, if you look at ranger sets, necro armor has like 19 defense. Well, the pre-hard mode sets don't really follow the same things, but Squire total 27, Beetle is 32, Valhalla is 24, but has regen. Right. Is Valhalla chest even better than Beetle Shell for tanking? I guess if you're already reducing it to 1, it would be, but... Isn't that the same as, like, the Squire's Helm Hollowed Mask problem? It's the same numbers. Or the same ratio. Because, like, Squire's Helm is 2 HP per sec, but 4 less defense than Hollowed Mask, and Hollowed Mask is better for tanking, but... Valhalla Breastplate is 8 less defense than Beetle, and 4 HP per second. If you're getting hit... What's the turn? Beetle would be better, at least on Master Mode. Maybe on Expert it's not quite the same. It would be 6 times... If you were taking 6 damage per 2 seconds... Total hours in Terraria? Oh, like 4.3 thousand or something. I don't remember. How do the patients try this challenge? I don't know. I'm just testing on different bosses, yeah. And casual thing comes down to whether you're using minions. That's fair, yeah. I see people tout Valhalla Knight Breastplate as really good for tanking a lot. But I'm not even sure if, like, that 4 HP per second is worth 8 defense. Because, I mean, 8 defense is a lot. Because you wouldn't use Squire's Helm. Because you get twice as much defense. Or rather, you get... Hollowed Mask gives you 2 points of defense for every 1 point of life regen with Squire's Helm. Which is the same ratio for Beetle Shell and Valhalla Knight Breastplate. But you do use Valhalla Knight Breastplate. But... maybe there's like a bottleneck amount of regen that you want to have that the breastplate helps reach. I suppose you could look at it with the cross necklace. You would get hit. Let's just say you're face tanking outright. You'd get hit every 80 frames, which 160, 240 would mean you get hit 3 times every 4 seconds. 3 times every 4 seconds. Let's say you're on expert mode, because I'm on expert mode. Getting hit 3 times every 4 seconds. If you had 8 defense, that would be... you'd get hit 3 times, and you'd reduce 6 damage off each one. Which would be 18 damage reduced. If you had Valhalla Knight's Breastplate, you would heal 12. So you'd net 6 HP higher with the Beetle Shell. Yeah? I think my longest Terraria playthrough before this would have been Copper Shortsword. I mean, we're at about half the playtime of Copper Shortsword. Actually, a bit under half the playtime of Copper Shortsword now. I'm actually healing more effective. Yeah, but I'm thinking of it relative to... You are taking an attack that is not being reduced to 1, but is low enough to face tank. Like, you're taking 10, 15 damage per hit or something like that. I feel like Beetle Shell would be better. Because if you consider HP regen as basically... In the context of face tanking, where you're taking damage just repeatedly, constantly. HP regen is basically just defense, because it nets out to giving you back 4 HP per second, which is the same as taking 4 less damage per second. Yeah, I feel like Beetle Shell would be better. I'll have to do some testing with it. Which means I probably am actually going to want to get Beetle Shell. It's gonna be annoying. Now, if you're not face tanking, if you're doing a hybrid, like, partial tanking setup, I think Valhalla Knight would be better. Like, you're eating a lot of hits, but you're not eating every hit constantly. I mean, if you're taking 1 damage from a hit, I don't think it matters, Jesse. I'm talking about taking more than 1 damage a hit. Yeah, if you're not face tanking and taking damage constantly, I think Valhalla Knight would work out to be better. But like, if you're taking 1 damage hit, it doesn't matter. Like, you're gonna survive anyway. Beetle Shell also has the convenient multiplayer aspect of it actually gives you bonus aggro. Because the thing with Valhalla Knight is it doesn't actually give you increased aggro, so it can be annoying trying to get things to aggro to you, sometimes. Okay, almost 5,000 down. It's about an 1/8 of the way through the fight. I think we've been going on for about an hour. An hour for 5,000. I think a little bit over 8 hours is what we're looking at. Which maybe I'll do in one stream. I'll have to see how I'm feeling a bit from now. Yeah, I don't think I would do more than fighting the twins today. Um... Oh, sorry, this week. Um... Which, depending on how the twins go... I'd see you, Jesse. May dictate most of the week, or may only be out of it. I really think the twins are going to be very messy. I don't see any way that fight doesn't take multiple days, and probably like 3 or 4 days, honestly. It's going to be really difficult to deal damage to them. However, the one thing that we do have going for us with the twins, their phase 1 is going to be extremely easy. Because the twins only have 10 defense. With the Sharktooth Necklace, they'll only have 5 defense, and that means we do 6 damage a hit. Which, compared to what we're doing now, is really good. So, their first phase I'm not too concerned about. It's the second phase. Particularly Spasmatism second phase, that I'm not looking forward to. Retinazer I think will be easy, just slow. Spasmatism will actually be dangerous. You felt that I have to be on the ground to do damage? Yeah, that's what the teleporter setup is for. I am not going to cook dinner tonight, though. I'm just going to throw a frozen pizza in the oven. Same thing with Copper Sword? What thing? Being on the ground to deal damage? That's not a, that's a specific trait to the Lawnmower. Where you have to be standing on the ground and moving forward in order to deal damage. It's a very annoying mechanic. And I think I figured out, after talking with Michael, what caused the Hout statues to bug out last time when fighting the Destroyer. All terraria with Copper Short Sword? I already did that, Lisandro. I did that like 8 months ago, I think. Like October. A challenge hit method. Yeah, you can go watch the video I made on it. If it was Flare Gun. Flare Gun was fun. That was a long time ago, though. Years. That was back when I, tried streaming on Twitch. And then, like, after doing Copper Short Sword... Oh, sorry. After doing Flare Gun only, it was pretty evident to me that streaming on Twitch just was not going to work out because just nobody showed up to streams. Like, regardless of what I did. Like, I can sit there beating the entire game with a flare gun and maybe, like, 4 people would watch the stream over the course of the entire thing. Most of the time, like, nobody would be watching. Which is why I don't stream on Twitch. Because it is awful for small channels and being discovered. I wish I still had the flare gun only VODs, though. Unfortunately, those are lost to time. Man, the Tax Collector and Bofa They really don't give a fuck about Skeletron Prime. Wasn't there this one guy who watched me on Twitch? I think at the end of Flare Gun Only, I had like 20 followers on Twitch. Bear in mind, this was like 100 hours of streaming. And this was also after streaming several other things. Like, there were a couple people that watched me on Twitch, but it was very small numbers. After streaming for probably like 150, 200 hours, I just stopped. Not many people watch Terraria on Twitch. I played other games too. Didn't change much. Only have like 11 followers on Twitch. Were you beating the game with a flare gun? Chapel music. This is On to a New Dawn in the Rainwood Downpour soundtrack. I don't know when this song shows up. I don't remember this one. You came to following from shorts? Well, thanks, Cheese Boy. Did I play Cult of the Lamb? No. I'm not entirely sure what Cult of the Lamb is. It's a roguelike? Wait, Valhalla Mask? Why Valhalla Mask, Pink Mimic? That doesn't make any sense. How much defense does Valhalla Mask give? That doesn't sound right. Hollowed Mask. Hollowed Mask is 24 defense. 2 regen per second? 20? You mean, isn't that Squire's Great Helm? Also, I don't think that's better. I think you usually want Hollowed Mask. Doing a lot better on YouTube than Twitch? Yeah, that's why I stream on YouTube. Yeah, Twitch is just not good. Like, even if there are people that are watching the category that you're streaming in, Twitch is not good for, being discovered. Like, there's, like, it does nothing to bring people to your stream. Like, YouTube will recommend people, and you can also, like, upload videos and things, and get people subscribed to your channel, which with Twitch, like, there's no system like that. They do jack shit. In fact, they incentivize people not watching smaller content creators, because, like, they'll only recommend and they'll push popular streams to the top of the category. And, like, I feel like with Twitch, you don't go to Twitch looking for new people to watch. You go to Twitch to watch the people you're already following, which then introduces the problem of how the fuck do you get people to follow you in the first place? Wouldn't 2 regen be better than 4 defense? Would it? Depends how frequently you're getting hit. Seen some streamers use YouTube to make announcement videos for streams. Like on Twitch. You make a YouTube channel. Okay, but I could just stream on YouTube. Like, I don't like YouTube as a live stream platform that much, but at least people actually watch these streams. And people come to the streams. Finally got Max Karma Flower with Karma Flower's Protection and Gold Pearl. Nice. Which one's the Gold Pearl? I don't remember. Or is that about Squire set? Well, 20 defense and 2 HP per second, that's Squire set. That's not Valhalla Knight. Valhalla Knight doesn't have regen on the headpiece, it's Squire set. It's Squire's Great Helm, that's 20 defense and 2 HP per second. Squire legs? No, Squire Hell. Hey, Deweed. It's Valhalla? No, Squire's Great Helm is the one that has HP regen on the helm and 20 defense. Squire Helm is 13 defense? What? Hold on. Huh. I guess it does. Okay, that's a lot worse than I thought it was then. For some reason I thought I had 20. I don't remember why. I thought that. Valhalla is 20 and 2 regen? I didn't know that Valhalla Mask had life regen on it. I thought it was just the chest piece that had regen on it. Maybe I was just getting mixed up with Valhalla, but... Remember when people pestered Volvo because Valve did want to give them Diotide? What? Do I play T-Mod Loader at all? Not really. I mean, the only times I've played T-Mod Loader have been on stream. There's this Dota event. I don't play Dota, so I don't remember that now. Volvo were good sports about it. Who is, like, the car company? That Volvo? What? I'm really confused. Was Volvo like sponsoring a Dota event? Like esports? Is that? You know, people sometimes call Valve Volvo? No. How old am I? Old enough. Gold Pearl is pearl protected by White Legend and Large Amount of Common Elite. Oh, the one in Metropolis. That one. Yeah. Oh, okay. People were pestering Volvo because it has 3 letters in common with Valve. Okay. Yeah, I've never gotten any of the pearls in Metropolis. Wait, is it in Chimney Canopy? I said it was up on the Spire with common and elite scavengers. I feel like... Oh, it isn't Canopy? Okay. All the shields you can get? No. For an endgame tank build, I'd probably take Hero Shield, Frozen Shield, Flesh Knuckles, Berserker Glove, Cross Necklace, that's 5. Probably Paladin Shield. And then for the last slot... I don't think going with Ankh for the 4 defense is worthwhile. Celestial Shell. That's the last one. Yeah, Celestial Shell. No, Celestial Shell. I knew I was forgetting one. And the Paladin Shield would be the swap slot that you'd potentially switch out for something else, but I think Shield would be the worthwhile one. 17% damage reduction. Not as good as Celestial Shell. You're starting to get kind of antsy about 1.4.5. I'm not. What's the best kite in the game? I like the shark kite. The regular one. Demon WG. 17% damage reduction is not very good for tank builds compared to just a large amount of defense. Because, yeah, damage reduction applies after defense. Which, I think the breakpoint, if you have 7 defense, if the enemy hits for 100 damage, it's minus 17 reduced. Yes, if you're taking 100 damage after defense. And that also doesn't factor in regeneration that it provides. And the fact that it's a 10% damage boost and like a 2% crit buff as well. If you're taking 20 damage a hit, 17% of that is like, what, 3? Which wouldn't even be better than an Ankh shield, let alone 7 defense. Now, if you're getting hit for a lot of damage, it will be better, but with a tank build, your idea is to push as much defense as possible. To reduce numbers to as small as possible. And if there's an attack you'd be getting hit for 100 by, you just would do as much as you could to not get hit by that attack, because that's not tankable. Not sustainably, at least. If your intention is just to survive, then, like, doing a Wormscarf hybrid dodging build with tankiness is good, but, we're just eating damage left and right. It's not particularly good. Okay, we are almost at 7k down. What's the 25% mark? 31,500? I think. Once we get to 31,500, it'll be a quarter of the way through the fight. Think he's gonna go faster than the Destroyer? Oh, definitely not, no. We did way more damage to the Destroyer. I hope you won't die and get to droplets under 5 large droplets as long as you have max camo plus flowers protection. Droplets... Is droplets the one in shaded? I don't remember which one droplets is. Droplets is Sky Islands. Well, there's a Karma Flower near the, shelter near droplets in, Sky Islands, yeah? That's just talking of 11 defense. Well, warding is implied. Jeez, boy. I don't count accessories with the warding added in, because regardless of what accessory you have, it's going to be warding. So the meaningful difference is what it provides outside of warding. What's the plan for Plantera? We don't have a Plantera yet. We're still on the mech bosses. I haven't thought about Plantera. I'll figure that out when we get there. There is no plan. Generally, I come up with the strategies for these bosses, like, an hour before the stream. Rather plan for Moonlord's healing? Avoid it. I don't... A concrete one? Not really, but, I mean, don't let him heal. Pretty straightforward plan. Okay, 7k down. Is Lawnmower considered a melee weapon at all? No. It is classless damage. Okay, somebody asked what the teleporter setup is. It's very straightforward and simple. On the left side, I have a row of switches that teleport me up to the next teleporter, and on the right side, I have switches that teleport me back and forth between the top teleporter, and I move my mouse cursor, depending on which direction I want to go in. And they're just switches that I have, I'm using Smart Cursor to find them. You can see them down there now. And I can select the one that I want with Smart Cursor, and I just use it to position me where I want to go. So I have Lucy to keep me company? Yeah. Could you imagine if we didn't get Lucy to drop from Deerclomp? Where would we be? I almost died to 1 HP Destroyer? Nah, it was fine. It was fine. Does the laser took any damage at all? He's been wiggling around a little bit. I've hit the laser 2 times over the course of this fight. It's really only when he's... I think it's when he's... if I move off to the side here, he like does some sweeping around like that. That's the situation where I hit the laser. Basically that right there. Where like as I move to the right to get the heart over there from the heart statue, it sometimes, very rarely, gets put in my attack zone. But yeah, trying to kill the hands would be a nightmare. Because the hands are not consistent. The hands are leashed to Skeletron's head. And they are not nearly as predictable as his head is. They move around a lot more. A lot harder to get a read on. I think maybe I'll do Skeletron Prime today and tomorrow. Have a break day on Wednesday, and then Thursday start the twins. And see how that goes. So I'll probably get through about half of Skeletron today. And finish up the other half tomorrow. How the fuck did I don't starve? I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you rephrase it slightly differently? Do you mean Deoclops? Do you mean how I have food right now? I just planted a bunch of pumpkins. This isn't Get Fixed Boy. There isn't hunger, if you thought that this was, in Get Fixed Boy. This is Don't Dig Up. If this was Get Fixed Boy, we wouldn't be able to fight Skeletron Prime. We'd be fighting Medusa. Oh, true Cult Colossal, true. I didn't think about it that way. 6-hour streams must be painful. I usually stream for 6 hours anyway. It's just, usually I do more than one thing during the stream. We are accomplishing our task though. So that's something. We are getting there. It's always how the fuck did you don't starve, and it's good to see that people check on it. In on it every once in a while. Hey, Patara. Yeah, thankfully, Terraria has a pausing mechanic, and we don't have to do all of the bosses in one sitting. If we did, I would not be in a condition to fight these bosses. Like, I could not fight something like the Moon Lord in one sitting. That would not happen. But I can pause the game and then just continue it later, and you can do it that way. Yeah, I think I will get Skeletron to the halfway mark and then finish this up tomorrow. That'll be the plan for today. Don't want to overcommit. How do I have the patience? I exist outside of the bounds of time and space. I don't really feel the passage of time. You're so close, but this game is so unfair. You're so exhausted trying to not die at all costs. You should stop playing Rainbow for today. You can't fight a metal menace with a lawnmower while you're hungry after all. Very considerate question. True. Almost 2 hours? Not quite. Because we didn't start right away. More like an hour and a half, I think, for actually fighting Prime. Can Skeletron Prime despawn like Skeletron? Yes. I think. I'm not going to test it, but everything that I know about why Skeletron was despawning, the exact same behavior should happen with Skeletron Prime. It has to do with the distance from the boss being treated as 0, and since Skeletron Prime's head spins the exact same way as regular Skeletron, I would expect it to work the same way. Which is part of why we're doing it like this, and we're not moving around. We want to make sure he doesn't despawn. But it's one thing having Skeletron despawn an hour into the fight. It's another thing having Skeletron Prime despawn 7 hours in, right? But if he was going to despawn, he would have despawned by now. Why is it not despawning? This is the Don't Dig Up seed. No, Skeletron doesn't despawn due to time anyway. He would become enraged at day if this was a normal seed, but he wouldn't despawn. But since this is Don't Dig Up, there's no day-night cycle as far as bosses are concerned, and nighttime bosses can be fought any time of day, and they never despawn due to time. Now, Skeletron did have a bug. King Slime just randomly spawned, you are very confused. He does that. He has a chance to randomly replace any slime spawn in the outer parts of the world on grass. No other requirements, he just shows up. And if you're on Get Fixed Boy, or Don't Dig Up, I think anytime you kill a slime, there's a low chance for King Slime to spawn if it's at a certain location and you haven't killed him before. But yeah, King Slime is the only boss in the game that irrespective of other conditions will just randomly show up. He actually has, I believe King Slime is the only boss with 3 different summoning mechanisms. If I remember correctly. I think the next closest is just at 2. Are you supposed to survive the black hole attack from Zealous Void for 12 minutes? You can only go for 2 right now? I don't know. I don't remember Calamity super well. I don't know how to give advice on that one. Yes, Skeletron had a weird bug where he would despawn when spinning on top of us and we were moving. Oh, well, I guess the killing the slime on a special seed would make 4. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that one. But I think even without killing a slime on a special seed, he still has more, because I don't think any other boss has 3 summoning mechanisms. I think most bosses have 2. Eye of Cthulhu is just either a suspicious looking eye or a random spawn. Eater is Eater and Brain both, either the spawn item or the summoning item. Skeletron is summoning with the old man or using the Clothier Voodoo Doll. Deoclops is random spawn in a blizzard or summoning item. Queen Bee is the summoning larva or the summoning item. Wall of Flesh is Guide Voodoo Doll or Guide. You don't have any other options besides those two. Mech bosses are random spawns or the summoning items. You can get the summoning items in a couple of ways, but they're still just the summoning items. Plantera is just the bulb. Golem is just the battery. Fishron is just fishing it up. Empress is just killing the Lacewing. Cultist is just killing the cultists. Moonlord is either killing the last pillar or using the Celestial Sigil. Queen Slime is just the gelatin crystal. Oh, we passed 3,400. I didn't even realize. Oh, 34,000, not 3,400. I wish we had 3,400. Yeah, I think a lot of the bosses are going to take weird setups like this one. Specifically because of how I'm going to have to position myself. Dodging and surviving them isn't the issue, it's finding out a way to actually deal damage that's troublesome. Because, like, this thing isn't really affecting our ability to survive Skeletron. Like, it's making it marginally easier to avoid his spinning attack, but what this really just does is positions him and positions us in a way that we can actually deal damage. You might use the lava shark since you flooded the natural arena for Poltergeist. Okay. Might work, I don't know. Like I said, I don't remember Calamity super well. I don't remember what might work for Ceaseless Void. Yeah, the Lawnmower, if you haven't noticed, hits 5 times per second. Remember when I got the Spectre Rifle Thanos snapped? We haven't conclusively proven that was because of me. I think it's rather unlikely it would be. But I did remember that a lot of the things that I'd used in my playthrough did happen to conveniently get patched the next time Calamity got updated. What's going on? We're fighting Skeletron. He's dying. Okay. We're getting near the 25% mark. 2,000 more, and we're 25% of the way there, which will also be the halfway point for this stream, because I'm going to do this between 2 days. I missed the Spectre. The Spectre Rifle was fun. I feel like a lot of the... I liked a lot of the weapons I used in Calamity. They were just... balls? Thank you. Because they had a good selection of, like, sniper, slow fire, high damage weapons, which are what I like in guns and bows and things like that. It was just, like, the hundreds of other weapons that felt very exhausting. The ones that I didn't use. Don't dig up Darkness. If this was Get Fixed Boy, this would be Mechdusa. How do you even decide on a Lawnmower only playthrough? A poll voted for it. Okay, bye, Voka. I didn't really decide on it at all. There was a poll in my Discord server that said something to the effect of, I'm going to do one more low damage run and then never another one. And people voted on what they wanted. The options were Lawnmower, Paper Airplanes, Amethyst Staff, or I think Wooden Hammer. And Lawnmower won by a landslide. Now once I finish this, I'm not doing another low damage run. I'm just... This is the last one. It's also not going to get more difficult than this. High damage run win. I did Phoenix Blaster only. Phoenix Blaster kicks ass. Love the Phoenix Blaster. You thought, how will I collect the Emerald Green Pearl? Which one is that, Emerald? I don't remember. Emerald Green. I don't really remember the Pearl location super well. At least not their colors. Wow, we've dealt a whopping, what is that, 320 damage to the saw? I'm tired. I was up, long sunken tunnels with leeches. The one in garbage wastes? Or is it in drainage? Is Terraria my favorite game? If not, what is? I don't know, I'm bad at picking favorites. I play Terraria a lot. But it's hard for me to judge whether a game is better than another one. And conclusively say, like, this is my favorite game. I can say things I like. But yeah, I really wanted to get the Ankh Shield. But I could not get the armor polish. How did I get the idea for this run? People have been shoving it down my throat non-stop for like 6 months. I think getting the idea of it was probably the easiest part. Nobody shuts up about it. Am I excited for the Terraria board game? I wouldn't say that I'm like particularly excited about it. I'm interested in it. I'll probably play it. I like board games. I like Terraria. But there's like no information about it whatsoever. I'm not gonna get too hyped about something that we've only like seen box art of. Maybe once more details drop, I'll be more interested in it. But as is, there's just too little information to draw my interest that much. Every time you see a difficult run, you feel like people can't do something even more painful than you see a lawnmower run. You always find the idea of the lawnmower challenge boring, and it's sad that you're proven right. Yes. However, after this, you can tell everybody whoever says that to shut the fuck up. And stop suggesting things. Your ideas suck? Yes, they do. There's a reason I don't do the things you guys suggest. What's the other poll option would you prefer to win? I feel like Amethyst Staff would have been fun. Because, one, it'd be the first mage playthrough I've ever done. Two, it has an actually interesting dynamic, because it has decent base damage. It can actually be buffed, and it would lead to some interesting builds, I feel like. Where you could potentially get it up to, like, 30, 40 base damage. You could penetrate high defense. You could do crits. You could do Spectre Armor all in on damage. And that could, you know, potentially function all right. Paper airplanes would be cool. It would be less boring than Lawnmower. Thought I hated Mage? I do. I thought you guys liked seeing me suffer. Doing something I don't like. You can only think of a dropped weapons run, like only weapons dropped by enemies. It's funny people still voting way after it ended. I mean, the answer is that I'm not really looking for runs. To do. And the only reason I did this is because, one, I was kind of bored and looking for something to do over a long period of time. And two, this will get people to shut up and stop saying it, because saying now do it with a lawnmower is not funny. I hate to break it to you. That's not like a joke that's funny. You're just repeating the same thing that I've heard like hundreds of times. You're not original. You're not clever. I'm gonna say do it in Calamity. I don't care. I'm probably just going to ban the now do it with X joke after this because it's unoriginal and is just like spam to a degree. Because it's annoying doing something and then immediately having the responsive now do it with X. Like, I get it, you're trying to be funny, you're just not succeeding at it. It feels like anytime you do something on Reddit, people post the same, like, 5 comments in response to everything. And it feels like that. Except instead of Reddit, it's just everywhere you go, people say the same, like, 3 or 4 really unoriginal Terraria jokes. Like, now do it with a copper short sword, now do it with a lawnmower, now do it in Calamity, now do it 1 HP without getting hit. Like, it's not funny or clever. You're just, like, saying something that my reaction to reading is just, wow, this person is unoriginal and boring. Didn't I say I was done with this in the Destroyer stream? No. I said I I may have referred to being done with something. In the sense that the Lawnmower only challenge is the last low damage challenge I'm going to do, because I've done Flare Gun only, I've done Copper Short Sword only before this. I am not, after Lawnmower, going to do another one ever. This is the last time I'm going to do a low damage Terraria challenge. Discovering you with this, so can I tell you more about my channel? Thigh High Socks, Femboy, Challenges Terraria Rain World, good at video games, arguably. I feel like if you just look through the recent videos I've made, you could probably get a pretty good vibe of the sort of content that I make. I usually stream every day except for Sunday at noon EST. I also have a fairly active Discord server where anytime I do multiplayer events or things like that, I will send out notifications in my Discord server, and that's how you join and get information on multiplayer events. I still haven't killed Moonlord by saying Femboy. I don't know if I'm going to go back to... Voice-controlled Terraria was really boring. Rain World was at least more interesting, but voice-controlled Terraria was just... bleh. It was really slow, and there just, like, wasn't stuff that happened. Like, voice-controlled Rain World, I felt like Terraria with a 7 of those dance mat things? What do you mean a 7? What does that mean? Yeah, and it was also a replacement of Dance Pad, and Rain World was more interesting to do voice controlled, so we just did Rain World. No offense, because you don't really know, but what is a femboy? Feminine boy. It means I dress in feminine clothing. 1 by 7. 7. What does that mean, Eat Potaro? What does that mean? What is Terraria with a 1 by 7 of those dance mat things? What? Terraria with 7 of the dance mats. But I played it with 1 of the dance mats. How would 7 be appreciably different? I feel like it would be easier just to play with 1. There's a lot of buttons, but I did it with 1. So, like, why would I do it with 7? Also, buying 7 dance pads would be expensive as hell. How much are dance mats? A cheap one would probably be like, I don't know, 50 or 60 bucks. An expensive one? Probably a couple hundred for like a metal one. How long do these bosses take? Depends on the boss. Prime's probably going to take around 9 or 10 hours. I'm going to do it between 2 streams for Prime. The cutoff point for today is going to be when we hit half HP, and we're about halfway done with him today. About a quarter overall. We're almost at the 25% mark. So, for comparison, just running you through how long bosses took doing Flare Gun only, and Copper Short Sword only. The pre-hardware bosses weren't really notable. Once you get... This is sheer Ice Torrent, yeah, Melly. We're currently listening to the Rain World soundtrack, if you are unaware. With the Flare Gun, which is about 4 DPS, I think the Twins in Prime took around 3 or 4 hours. Destroyer took about 5 hours. Basically MVRF. pausing the game, alt-tabbing, and just leaving the PC on. In some cases, my PC will crash, or the game will close, or Windows automatic updates will happen, or something like that. In which case, I usually just take a different weapon, and then go back to where I was using that other weapon, and just start from where I paused. Like, that happened a couple times. I think when I fought the Destroyer, I've had the Destroyer crash. I think both times when I did it with Copper Short Sword and Flare Gun. And I think I just took, like, a pickaxe I had or something, and damaged him down to, the HP value he was at before it crashed, and then just went from there. Because things like that are outside of my control, and they're not really something I would feel like fighting a boss for hours on end just to get back because the game crashed. Or otherwise closed. Now, depending on how this works out, if we could make a full AFK setup for late game bosses, I might just, like, stream around the clock. If we can just AFK them. I mean... Yo, Veiled Northstar. Okay, we were almost at the 25% mark. It's 31,500. I need to think of things that I can do on stream while also fighting these bosses. Because, like, I can read books and stuff, but that only works during bosses that I'm fully AFK from. Because, like, I need my hands on the keyboard right now. Bloons Tower Defense 6. I mean, I guess I could. Yeah, that is a thing that I could do. Do tongue twisters? You know what I could do? I could probably control a game with voice controls. I might need a second PC to do that, though. Bloons Tower Defense 6 is amazing. I don't know. I was not the biggest fan when I played it. I mean, I own it. I played it on stream once. It was just very repetitive and boring, for lack of a better word. Like, I played it a couple times, and after that it just felt like, okay, I've already experienced this game, but it's just the same exact thing with slight variations. Like I won, I beat it, I got to, like, whatever wave number it was, and it was like, okay, I mean, I guess I could go back and do this again with slightly different towers, but why? There's not even, like, RNG in the waves, right? Like, the waves are the same. I could probably... So I'm thinking of games that I could do... So aside from things like voice controls or something like that, if I can fully AFK a game, then I could play pretty much whatever I wanted. But I don't know that I'm going to be able to fully AFK a game. So I feel like games that I can semi-AFK or can otherwise control with alternative control schemes. Like, simultaneous controlling a game with, like, I could probably use my feet. Like, if I had a controller, I could probably control the game with my feet and play it at the same time while using my hands to do something with the lawnmower. I could do something like Slay the Spire, or Darkest Dungeon, or XCOM. Or like turn-based games that I don't need to have my attention on the entire time and I can just kind of tab in and out of. But it would be slow playing them, I think. And they're already rather slow games. I could... The other problem with things like this is... if I don't have a second PC set up, I don't know how I would... No, I could get a second PC set up. I could borrow my sister's or something. Or just, something to that effect. But even if I had Terraria with, oh, we passed the 25% mark. Like, on a server, I'd still have to be tabbed in and giving inputs, and I think I wouldn't also be able to be tabbed out controlling another game while doing that. So I would have to have another, PC or console or something. But I think I could control things with my feet fairly easily. Depending on what the game is, of course. And at that point, I would probably just, like, put the lawnmower part, like, minimized in a corner while I did something else. Poltergeist is at 90% HP now. Oh, did you go into Poltergeist instead of Ceaseless Void? I did not like Polty Wolty when I did Calamity. Mostly because I was fighting much earlier than I should have been, and I was also given bad information from chat that made me make the arena much larger than it should have been, which led to the fight being much more difficult than it should have been. But Polty Wolty was not a fun time. That's what I said, Poltergeist. Need better armor to help with survivability. That was one of the gripes I remembered having with Calamity mod, is there was a point where I was fighting a boss, and somebody had asked me, and I had asked, like, hey, I'm dying really quickly here. Is there something wrong with my gear? Like, am I under-geared? And somebody was like, oh, your armor is really out of date. And I had gotten the armor, like, one boss before the boss I was fighting. You open the stream to Calamity Slander. It's more Polty Wolty Slander. The people in my Discord server were going hard into bashing Calamity yesterday. Which I feel like was, for the most part, unwarranted. Those early Bumblebrook fights? What, you mean Dragon Folly? I really liked Dragon Folly, except for the fact that he spawns things. Basically, every boss needed a better tier of armor and weapons. Yeah, they were angry at Calamity mod in the Terraria channel yesterday. also extremely angry about it? Why? Reasons beyond just... Okay, I think that's justifiable. Like, if you're angry about it because, like, the community is pretty toxic, or the mod creator is, kind of a dick, as I've heard, I think that's understandable, but on the basis of the mod itself, I don't think the complaints they had were warranted. I think they were more projecting their anger with the community and the mod creator on the mod itself. When, like, it's really not that bad. But they were saying, like, it was, like... I won't rehash the conversation, but... very negative things about it. The vodka... Vodka? The one thing I remember about the vodka is that, like, doesn't it not count as an alcohol for this purpose of alcohol poisoning? Well, I don't feel like rehashing that conversation in Namwood, so I'm not going to get too into it. But the gist of it is basically what Marley said. Which is that it's not great, but people make it out to be a lot worse than it is. And the community is a different story entirely. But on the basis of the mod itself, I think people tear into it a bit too much. Okay, we are almost 12k down. We're past the halfway mark for today. I'm thinking around 5 PM we'll probably be cutting it off. And pausing the rest for tomorrow. Used to really enjoy that mod. I think you suck more hours into it than Terraria itself, then it just got a bit boring. Yeah, like I said, I'm not terribly interested in discussing Calamity at length. More than I already have, because I spent a while doing that yesterday. I feel like modded Terraria in general, from what I've seen, hasn't really been something I've really vibed with that much. Is this journey mode? Yes, but not for any reason that matters. Journey mode is not affecting this fight in any way whatsoever. It is set to expert mode. I do not have any journey mode powers enabled. I have not researched things. Why? Because the Wall of Flesh is not possible to fight on any difficulty above Classic with a Lawnmower. And if we were not on journey mode, we would have to do the entire game on Classic, which is boring. And the bosses are incredibly easy. The purpose of journey mode is to make the game more difficult. By increasing the difficulty to whatever level above Classic I feel like I want to fight most bosses on. And for the most part, that's going to be on expert mode. Expert or master. But because of the Wall of Flesh, I have to either play on Classic or Journey, otherwise the game wouldn't be possible. But we're not using any powers for the most part outside of that. Because of a weird bug that happened, we had a heart statue just blink out of existence at one point. So we had researched heart statues to get the one that we lost back. And I've also played around with spawn rates sometimes, usually when farming things on stream to not have it take forever. Am I getting a demon heart? No, I don't have a demon heart. And I don't plan to get one either. It's just not feasible. I can't fight the wall of flesh with a lawnmower on expert. Even if I had, like, endgame tankiness, the damage just is not there. I can't deal enough damage. Because it took this much of the world on expert, or sorry, on classic to kill the wall of flesh. The expert wall of flesh has more defense, so we do less damage per hit. Our damage is not going to increase at all. As the game progresses. He's also faster, so you have less time, and he also has more HP. It just wouldn't happen. I could utilize alternative means to kill the wall of flesh, but it rather makes a larger than large world. I don't know. I was kind of disappointed when I played the Terraria randomizer mods that I had done. They weren't randomizers in the sense that I was hoping they would be. I guess just because of a product of how wouldn't Terraria randos just make the game easier? No. More the enemy randomizers, TMNWG. We had a lot of fun. Like, the projectile randomizers I really enjoyed, because they were just chaotic and really fun, but the problem is, like, the game kept breaking, and then we couldn't play with it, and then that made it a lot less fun. And then, like, the enemy randomizers... The problem is, they kept... sending, like, weird amalgamations that weren't, like, actual enemies at us. You can go watch the video I made on the Terraria randomizers to get a sense for that, but... I would have preferred if it was something like, okay, green slimes are replaced with qualtipedes. Or the Eye of Cthulhu is replaced with the twins. Or something to that effect. Of, like, it is a one-for-one swap of things get shuffled around. Rather than the weird spawning thing that was happening during the randomizers. I don't know if there's a mod that does that, but that was what I was hoping for going into it, and that wasn't what I got out of it. And item randomizers do generally make the game easier, unless you artificially change the way that things work. Like saying, I'm only going to use this item until I get another one, or like, I'll use the most recently acquired weapon, or something like that. Because otherwise you just get a really good late game weapon. What about every NPC critter enemy having daytime Empress AI? I mean, we did that at one point. For like 10 seconds, and then went, okay, I guess that's a funny joke, and then didn't again. I used that. That was the mod that I used. It was a setting in the mod that I used, at least. You love when things like Brain of Cthulhu or Star Cell or Pumpkin get mysterious portal AI? Eh. I feel like I experienced most of what randomizers had to offer in like the 2 or 3 hour stream that I played with some randomizers. And I also don't feel like I'd want to go back and do it again. Enemy spam and unkillable AI. You guess his poltergeist is 5 hours? Good luck. I don't know if that would actually change anything TMNWG, because I don't know if the floating on water is an intrinsic part of the AI, or if that's just like a quality that enemies have checked, like they float or not. Because they might just be like, the enemy has a flag, it either floats or it doesn't. Because it feels weird to have distinct AI for something like that. You know, it feels weird King Slime sinks. If King Slime didn't sink, he would be a joke with a pool of water. Because you would just like go underneath a pool of water with like a Gills potion. Okay, we almost broke 30,000. Yo, the Demolitionist threw a grenade at the laser. I don't know if you saw that. Extra damage reset the run. Did he hit it? He did. The laser has taken almost 100 damage because of that grenade, I think. I've only done maybe like 3 or 4 damage to that laser, but the Demolitionist, he probably hit it for like 80 or something. Okay, we broke 30k. Which means only 9,000 more HP, and we'll be at the stopping point for today. Yeah, huge Demolitionist skip. Go get the speedrunners. Because this is gonna, like, fundamentally change the Terraria speedrun. Any percent in shambles right now. Speedrun Terraria with a mower? I think I win that speedrun category by default, because I think I can pretty safely say I don't think anybody else is ever going to do this again after I do this. Sneaking suspicion. Well, I don't think anybody's even done flare gun or copper short sword. Aside from me. Let alone Lawnmower, which is like leagues apart in terms of late game damage. So, Maoli, What is reclaiming entropy actually from in Rain World? When does reclaiming entropy play? I don't remember reclaiming entropy. The End Saint song. Like the cutscene, or like when you get to like the chamber with Moon and Pebbles, or just like the end of Rubicon? Still non-zero? Yes, it is technically possible that somebody else would do it, but I find that when you get the view of all the cans. Ah, okay, that part. Those Heart Crystal statues absolutely carrying the run. Yeah, Heart statues, amazing, amazing items. I would highly recommend anytime you see a Heart statue in the world, get it, because they are just straight upside, and they... Even one Heart statue operating at, like, bare minimum efficiency, which is 1 Heart every 10 seconds, and then bunching up 3 Hearts, and, like, you go in there and you basically get a free lesser healing potion. Every time you go touch it with 60 HP. Operating at optimal efficiency, you just repeatedly place them down and you spam out, you know, 60 HP as frequently as you like. And working at like mediocre efficiency, let's say you got 3 statues spitting out 3 hearts every 10 seconds, that's 60 HP per 10 seconds, that's 360 HP a minute, which is like 2 super healing potions almost. It's a super healing potion and a greater healing potion and then some change. And you just get that for free. You don't have to do anything, you just wire up the statue to a timer. And you have to be there to take them, but like, that's a lot of HP. It's more than you get from slapping on Valhalla Knight, which is 4 HP per second regen. That's only 240 HP a minute. As far as they haven't been nerfed. Their ability to spit out stars might have been nerfed at some point. I don't really remember. But yeah, they're very good. Similarly, if you're a mage, star statues are also pretty damn good. You get a 200 star, or a 200 mana boost, pretty much on demand, and can refresh your mana really easily. The cat has stolen your arm. Well, possession is 9/10 of the law. As far as I'm concerned, that's that cat's arm now. This song is just called Rain. Hey, Hayes. What's I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh, heart statues. Yeah, yeah. And then the odd one out is like bomb statues. Bomb statues are pretty underwhelming. They just spit out the bomb item that you can pick up. Which, like, they're not very expensive. So, like, there's not much reason to use them. But, I mean, I guess they're free. Yeah, bomb statues... It's technically infinite money, yeah. They just spit out, like, the bomb item. Dropped as an item. It doesn't blow up. And it just spits them out, at about the same weight as hearts and stows. But, like, by the time you can consistently... The main thing that bomb statues would be good for is early game, very early game. If you find a bomb statue and you find a natural wiring source, like a trap, you could set up and further with it to drop the projectile. I don't know. I don't think it does, but I'm not certain. I haven't tested. Um, if you find a naturally occurring trap, you can set up the bomb statue there. And get some bombs for free. But, like, once you're at the point of being able to wire it up consistently, like your post-Skeletron, you can just buy bombs. They're not very expensive. They're like 3 silver each. Pickaxe statue? Pickaxe statue doesn't do anything, unfortunately. It would be cool if it just dropped, like, a copper pickaxe or something. Although I guess that would be an infinite wood farm due to Shimmer. So it would then have actual purpose. But the thing is, bomb statues are technically an infinite money farm, but, like, literally just existing in Terraria is an infinite money farm. Like, if you consider the tax collector, there isn't an emerald. That was removed. Or rather, it was added to all worlds. That no longer only exists in expert mode. Every world has the zombie statue. When was it? It wasn't. When I say removed, I mean that behavior was removed. The spawning exclusively in expert. Hey, Pismark. It spawns in every world. I think 1.4. When was the feature removed? I think 1.4 with the best Sherry. As that was when they reworked a lot of exclusivity of enemies. As 1.4 was also when they removed pre-hard mode exclusive enemies. By the way, what's the name of this song? It's one of Rainworld's most iconic tracks. Not this one, the one that was just playing. Hold on, I'll rewind it. Come on, you gotta know the name of this song. Don't care if Clobby didn't cover it. Well, you didn't pay him to do it. That's why he didn't cover it. Come on, this is such an easy question. 1.4.1? Come on, you gotta know what song this is. It's Orange Lizard. You don't know Orange Lizard by name? There was another expert... What, the bone skeleton statue? Yeah. I can't believe you don't know Orange Lizard, Melly. You don't know the lizard song names? I think there's only 2. I think there's Orange Lizard and there's White Lizard, and that's it. Mushroom statue? Didn't they add behavior to that enamored? Didn't they make it, like, glow when it's powered now? If I'm not mistaken. 1.3. Whose balls? 5 Pebbles' balls, which means they're my... Because I caused... Hold on. Do geckos like the company of other geckos, or they prefer being solitary? It depends on the species, but generally geckos are solitary creatures. And being cohabitated with other geckos would generally just cause stress, territory disputes, and fighting. And with male and females, would potentially cause breeding and aggressive behavior from the male. Yeah, the duck statue exploit, we'd overload the NPC spawn limit with duck statues. Is that? Yep. So can I believe queen and king statues have uses? Oh, I love queen and king statues. Half of them are cannibals. Yeah, cannibalism is not that uncommon in the animal kingdom. But yeah, I mean, some species of... But even species of geckos that are social are still cannibals sometimes. Like, morning geckos, which are a species, an all-female species that reproduces using parthenogenesis. They essentially clone themselves in their eggs. Their genetic information. And they're generally kept in colonies, not solitary, which is unusual for reptiles. But they'll still eat babies. Like, if you don't take the eggs out when morning geckos hatch them, they'll eat those things up. I think it's decently common for reptile species to attack their young if they're hatched near them. Or it's a concern with breeders, at least. You don't keep eggs with parents. Same with fish. I've never really kept fish. I've thought about keeping fish a couple times, because aquariums do look really nice, but fish are weird, because fish are 100% a display animal. Like, you only get a fish to look cool, or, like, to be on display. And, like, it's a lot of water, and you also need to provide fish with a lot of space, and it's just never really been something that I've quite felt like doing. What is the angel statue have 5 different item ideas? I believe because the angel statue is what they replace. Either, like, generally removed items will have their item ID replaced with angel statue, I believe. Or it's a common thing that they do. That way, even if somebody had gotten a removed item, it's replaced with an angel statue. How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. Like, oh, yo, traveling... Is that the first traveling merchant we've had? It is. That is the first traveling merchant we've had. Wow. In, like, 3 hours. I'm doing pretty well, Bismarck. Not in the whole game, just the past couple hours. I wonder if Llewellyn is a No Country for Old Men reference. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of Terraria's references are small things like that, especially NPC names. And someone tell you why Skeletron isn't enraged? That is because this is the Don't Dig Up seed, and in the Don't Dig Up seed, time-limited bosses are not time-limited. There is no day-night cycle, and they will not become enraged or leave given the time of day change. That is why we were on the Don't Dig Up seed. It's the Expedition Death Song. Yeah, this song is called Goaded. Apparently. Might I just leave my computer on at the end of the stream? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna alt-tab and keep the game running in the background. I'm at 21k. Finish up tomorrow. Yeah, you can imagine how difficult, if we didn't have this teleporter setup, this would be very long. I feel like this is basically the optimal way to fight Skeletron. I could optimize it a bit more, but this general strategy of teleporting up to where his head is to hit him repeatedly, I can't imagine another way of fighting Skeletron with a lawnmower that would be more effective than this. You could refine this, like I said, but this general strategy. Yeah, and we would risk him despawning if we weren't doing this. If time constraint isn't a problem, is it even possible to get the Terra Prisma in a legendary mode world? Yes. The Empress of Light works in a unique way in the Remix and Get Fixed Boy world seeds. Now, every time-limited boss has no time limit in Don't Dig Up and Get Fixed Boy. However, the Empress of Light has a specific stipulation on top of that. If the Empress of Light is fought underground, she will permanently be considered to be nighttime. She will never enrage if she is fought under the surface. If she is fought on the surface, she can only be fought enraged. It will never be considered nighttime. Or rather, she will leave if it's nighttime. She will only fight you during the daytime. If you try to summon her at night on the surface, she will just leave. And at nighttime, she will leave, as per usual. So you can get the Terra Prisma on Get Fixed Boy. It's just the Empress of Light needs to be fought on the surface to do that one, which means you also need to do it in low gravity, which kind of sucks. I will point out, though, Legendary Mode is not Get Fixed Boy. Legendary Mode refers to For the Worthy plus Master Mode. It's kind of the additional difficulty increase that For the Worthy gives it, which is included in Get Fixed Boy. That is, a Get Fixed Boy Master Mode world is Legendary Mode, but a For the Worthy Master Mode world is also Legendary Mode. And you can also play Get Fixed Boy in not Legendary Mode. You can play it in Expert Mode or Master Mode, depending on the difficulty you set the world to. Then I'd know it's consistent between Skeletron Prime. This is true, but I don't want to test that. Are you trying to come up with use for decorative statues? I mean, it's cool thinking about what statues could do. Fun fact, not many people know this. The Bast statue is actually activated by wire. If you wire up a Bast statue, it will be disabled by wire and then re-enabled. This is actually why we have two lines of planter boxes for the Wall of Flesh. Was because I didn't want the Bast statue to be disabled. But then it didn't end up mattering because we couldn't really use the Bast statue anyway. Alright, 7,200 to go for today. Turning off friends' Bast statues is fun. What use would disabling Bast statues have? It would prevent their defense buff from being used. Which is a purely negative thing. But if you wanted to do that, that's... What about Heart Lanterns? I don't believe Heart Lanterns get activated. Campfires do, but I don't think Heart Lanterns do. Oh yeah, and there's also the desync bug with Bast statues. Which I guess increases the... It'd be cool if tree statues dropped fruit. I think that'd be a bit too powerful if they dropped fruit. Although then again, food is only a minor buff. Um, but it would also be infinite food very easily. Isn't it a rare statue? Is it? I don't know that any statues are much rarer than others. You can turn off the heart lantern, but the regen buff will remain. Unbalanced on constant seed. Yeah, but then again, like, marshmallows exist. Mushroom statue is rare? I don't really remember the specifics of statue spawning, so I'm not too sure. I'd believe it. I never really pay attention to the non-functional statues, so I never really pay attention to how frequently they generate. Like, if I see a statue, I'll just go, oh, that's useless. Let's find bass statues in desert chests, though, so it would be different? Different than what? Wetfish. I'm not sure I'm following what that's replying to. Compared to regular statues? Yeah, you do find them in specific locations. We were talking about the... Oh, yeah, but we were talking in comparison to... We were talking about tree statues. But bass statues do also generate as furniture in the underground desert in houses. Alright, 28k. Remember this song? This is Random Fate. I don't remember when this song plays. During one of, like, the sequences. You sleepy? You might go take a nap? How dare you? How dare you, Bismarck? Don't be an agri? No, I'll be as an agri as I want. Yo, it's this song. I'm slowly convincing you to try Rainworld with this OST. I would highly recommend Rainworld. It's a great game. Now, I will say if you're a very casual gamer, or you get mad at games easily, it may not be the game for you, because I know several people that have gotten rather frustrated with it. And it is a difficult game at its core. It's also unfair, in a way that makes sense. But if you're fine with some difficulty in your games, I think it's a fantastic game. The ecosystem and ambiance in it, I feel like, is extremely unique and enjoyable. You're 100% of Flash Isaac, so that kind of getting angry easily. I remember when I 100%ed Flash Isaac. Or rather, the original Isaac. I don't know if the DLCs make it not Flash Isaac. But, I think if you can do that, you'd probably be fine with Rainwell's level of difficulty. Both Eep Tower. I 100%ed OG Isaac, and then also did Eternal Edition when Eternal came out. Is Pokemon roguelike or a Metroidvania? It's not really like either, Wetfish. It's kind of in a category of its own. It's a 2D survival platformer game. It's really not a roguelike at all. There's one game mode that's kind of roguelike-like, but it's not a roguelike. It's kind of Metroidvania-esque in the sense that you go around and you set your checkpoint to different places around the world, and then your progress gets reset to the last checkpoint, and you go through, and there are some technical upgrades that you make that provide long-term... Is it like Noida? I haven't played Noida. Rainworld really is not comparable to other games. I cannot tell you a game that Rainworld can be compared to as an example of it is like this game, because it's really unique. There is, yes, the movement tech gets extremely complicated. But yeah, which Slugcat are you playing as, Hayes? And what are you dying to? Oh yeah, you don't need the movement tech. I mean, I've finished Rainworld with voice controls. Yeah, I can give you some tips, Hayes, but if you could give me more details on what exactly is the issue, I could give you better tips. Yeah, a lot of it is so complex that it's just kind of infeasible to pull off consistently. I feel like. You played for a few hours as the base Slugcat, haven't touched it in a while. Okay, is it like lizards that you've been dying to? Is that... I mean, I feel like that's the main threat. Or is it like time and starvation? And like rain? That's more the issue. Regardless, I feel like if you're running out of time, what I would suggest doing is exploring the world slowly, using the shelter that you're at, and trying to find other shelters to checkpoint to. Getting lost? Okay. Getting lost can be tricky because learning the map is kind of tough, but what you could do, you can look at the map for free without any loss of time when you're dead or when you're resting. Rather, when you're in the respawning screen. I don't think rolling and jumping from rolling is great advice for a new player to learn how to avoid things. Oh wait, sorry, that was talking about very big and not knowing movement tech. But I don't feel like knowing the movement tech is very important at all. But getting lost, you can look at the map when you're sheltering or when you're respawning and try to figure out where you want to go. And then running straight into enemies... The most complicated movement tech that is required is a pounce jump. Yeah. Which the game teaches you to do and forces you to do in the tutorial because you cannot get through the tutorial without doing a pounce jump. As we figured out. I feel like when it comes to enemies, so every enemy has specific AI, and there are different things that you do to avoid each one. But assuming lizards are the general threat, you can implement stealth pretty effectively against lizards. They rely on line of sight and noise to detect you. So if you remain out of line of sight of them, you can usually just wait for them to walk past. You can also utilize pipe juking, which is like going to a room transition and going to another room, waiting for the lizard to follow you, and then going back while it's going through the room to avoid it. Hitting lizards with rocks will stun them for a period of time, which you can use to get them off your back. And most lizards will not aggressively hunt you down to the end of the earth. That is, if you break line of sight from a lizard, rock stuns? Yes, rocks will stun lizards for, depends on the species of lizard, but you usually get about a second of stun. Which, if they're chasing you, if you turn around and throw a rock at them, yeah, but that's not too important to bring up now, really. They're not going to encounter that. If you're getting chased, you turn around, pop a rock at a lizard, and you can buy some time to run away with that. And it also opens up an opportunity to throw a spear. Hitting lizards with a spear on the head does next to nothing. Hitting lizards with a rock will stun them. So generally, if a lizard's following you, the best way to learn to deal with lizards is to hit them with rocks and then go from there. What would you do if there's an army of them after you? Run. Get away quickly. Try to get them to lose line of sight or lose interest. Like I said, most lizards are not terribly aggressive. And if you break line of sight and get, like, you know, bait them between rooms and things, they won't be terribly interested in chasing you around that much. Or get them distracted with other things. One thing you can do, if you're in areas that have, like, lantern mice, like you're in Shaded Citadel, or, you got squid caters, or there's, like, a dead scavenger, if you feed the lizard something else, it will distract the lizard, and it'll take that back to its den instead of eating you. And this will also, in the long term, potentially also tame lizards, or reduce your, or increase your regional reputation to the point that lizards won't attack you. But if you're, you know, in a spot where there's a lizard you have to get past, and you just don't feel like you can do with it, wait, tame? If you do not attack and feed, and you also feed lizards, it'll usually take a couple feedings, but it depends on the species of lizards and the slug cat you're playing as. You can befriend lizards, essentially. But you befriend them on an individual basis. And befriending them lasts insofar as you can, well, those are only available if you're playing with Downpour, and people might not want to sink the extra $15 to buy Downpour. I feel like, if they're not sure if they want to play the game. Okay. I moved on. I was playing the Downpour OST, now we're playing the base game OST. I don't know if the Downpour OST included these, but I feel like there were a lot of songs that were missing. At least the threat themes. The challenges also require you to beaten campaigns. Not the Survivor and Monk ones. Those are unlocked by default. But I also feel like, honestly, that's not a good way to start the game, because I feel like just jumping into Rain World with no information is better than learning how to, like, deal with lizards and things at first. Because I feel like the vibe of mystery that you get is something that really can't be replicated and you can really only do one time. I mean, I am using a Lawnmower, AT217. I don't know if you've noticed that. Like, I think just hopping into Rain World and trying it, and then after, like, an hour or two, if you feel like the game's really not going well, then potentially look for advice. Or alternative ways to learn how to do things. Then I think that's good, but I think your first time loading up the game, you should just hop into it without the DLC. I think is a better way to do Survivor. And just play, and then go from there. And maybe you'll start getting frustrated and really feel like you need help with things. In which case, sure, go look for help, figure out how to do things, but I think that original experience being done without information is something that drastically changes the vibe of the game and is makes it much more enjoyable, in my opinion. Because there'll be plenty of time to learn. There were like, what, 8 Slugcat campaigns? 7 of them being unique. There's plenty of time to learn movement tech and dealing with lizards and fighting things. But that first one is only going to happen once. And you're only going to have the one... You're only going to experience it for the first time once. Okay, 6,000 more, and then we'll probably be done for the day. Oh, Pictures of the Past. Yo, it's this song. It's the opening cutscene song. Oh, second traveling merchant. Also, this might be controversial, but I would recommend your first time playing Rainworld that you... I don't think the loading screen tips fit the vibe of the game super well. I think they're great if you're struggling, but I feel like they really disrupt the vibe of the game. Man, what kind of teaches you that suffering comes from your expectations? What? Maybe play it, what's the cost? I think Rainworld is $25 and the DLC is $15, or it's $20. It's one of the two. Yeah, I would also recommend playing without the loading screen tips. Unless you feel like you're really struggling to figure out information and want to learn more. At least for the first time playing the game. But yeah, it's a little bit on the pricier side for indie games, especially when you factor in the DLC. 25 base game, 15 downpour. It's not like a cheap game, but it's also not like super expensive. It's in that middle ground. I don't know how frequently it goes on sale, but I think the Steam Summer Sale is coming up, so it might possibly go on sale during that. I wouldn't put it out of the question. But yeah, personally, I think Rainworld is worth the price, but depending on the type of gamer you are, you may have reservations about it. I do know a lot. Like, there's a friend that I've been helping play through Rainworld. Does he get any updates? I believe the developers have said they have... I remember they had said that the increase in the price from $20 to $25 reflected a desire to continue updating the game, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't believe it's really received many updates since Downpour. Hey, Quoxy. Which was earlier this year. So that doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot, but there was one update where they added a couple of shelters. I think they've done some bug fixing, but was it because they integrated the base of expeditions? I'm not sure I know what that's talking about. for Survivor and Hunter and Monk. I'm not sure I understand what that is referring to. What the base of expeditions is, and what integrating it is referring to. Only 5k health before the stream has to end. They added Expedition for Hunter, Survivor, and Monk in the base game. They didn't. Unless that was something they changed in a later update. By default, I believe Expeditions are still downpour only, but you can play Expeditions without more Slugcats. Unless they updated to change that, because I tested that when I did Expedition, the Expedition mode video. Or I asked a friend, I think Bismarck. I'd gotten the info from him, and Expedition mode was not something that he had access to without downpour. Unless that was changed in the time since, which they have updated the game since then, so I'm not positive. Yeah, I have a friend that I've been playing through Rainworld with, and, it's the sort of situation with her where I don't think she would have the, like, will to play the game, because it can be very frustrating. Unless there was somebody there helping her play it, like giving her tips or like guiding her through the map when the game gets really frustrating. And depending on the type of gamer that you are, you may also have a similar situation. You might just get frustrated with the game. So I think knowing how you interact with video games is a good metric. There are vanilla and downpour perks, but yeah, that's just if you have more Slugcats enabled. Because you can play Expedition without more Slugcats, but you do need the DLC for it. At least that was the case when I made the Expedition mode video. Unless that was something they changed in an update. Because more downpour is not more Slugcats. More Slugcats is just a part of downpour. And you can play downpour without more Slugcats enabled. It's just many of the downpour changes are in more Slugcats. Don't mind spending a while not knowing what to do. The DLC won't change much on the first playthrough. The DLC actually does change a decent amount of the game. It adds several new areas, and it also adds a couple new enemy types and items in the world. I think playing without, at least without more Slugcats enabled. Like, if you get the DLC, I would not enable more Slugcats, even if you're just playing the base game Slugcats for your first playthrough. But I would recommend just especially not getting the DLC until you know that you want the game, because it is $15. Like, I feel like playing the base game without the DLC and figuring out, do I like this? Do I want to keep doing this? Is a better idea. Yeah, I mean, we'll kill him. It's just gonna take a while. But yeah, the reason I said I don't know if I'm going to have the desire to do, like, the Empress of Light or Duke Fishron is This is how long Skeletron Prime is taking, and it is very uneventful and boring. Imagine how long, like, the Empress and Fishron are gonna take. With their... Given that they're even more difficult to hit, and have much more HP. That's... a lot of mental energy to be devoted to those bosses. And I'm not sure if I want to commit to that. How many streams do you think Moonlord will take? I have no frame of reference for how long it's going to take AT217. I would suspect it would take several weeks, though. 15? 20? Ballpark guess. It took me a whole week to do it with a copper short sword. Like, I think Monday through Saturday, streaming like 6 or 7 hours a day, I think. Maybe like 5 or 6 hours a day. And the Lawnmower is going to be drastically less effective than the copper short sword. I don't know how ineffective it's going to be, though, until we actually start trying it. It also depends how long I stream for, because given the length of the thing, I'm not going to be streaming for 7, 8 hours at a time. Now, if the devs are seeing this and wanted to make my life easier, they could buff the Lawnmower in 1.4.5 and drop 1.4.5 when I'm in the middle of doing things. Which would, completely outside of my control, make the game a bit easier. Okay, we're almost at 26k. I'm really looking forward to my pizza tonight. I'm hungry. Town patch to make the challenge harder. Well, it's entirely possible, even if they drop 1.4.5. Like, if they drop 1.4.5 when I'm in the middle of fighting the Moonlord or something, like, I can't update the game. I'm not going to close the game. Do I season my frozen pizzas? Yeah, I'm not a monster. Pizza is such a lame food. You take that back, AT217. You take that back. No. Pizza is not a lame food. You don't care if it's lame, it tastes good? It's not lame. Pizza is a canvas for art? Understandable. No. You know what a lame food is? A lame food is like a boiled hot dog. The only thing that makes it acceptable is anchovies. Get out of here. You're not welcome around these parts, AT217. You're disrespecting my sexuality. No, Molly, it's fine. I'm bisexual, I'm attracted to 2 things, and one of them is pizza. That's a good question, Sir Hop. Well, he said modded in time death. I think just the classic mode difference would be miles and would ultimately make it easier. Especially because there's less content, so you wouldn't have to do, like, the Moonlord. You know, if you're in 1.1, you just gotta do the mech bosses. It also wouldn't be possible because of time pausing. Not being available. Do I speak any other languages? Not really. I'm a bit rusty on my Japanese, but I am relatively proficient in Japanese. But I have not practiced or studied recently, so I would not be able to carry on a coherent conversation at length. Say some Japanese, please? No. Half the accessories I'm wearing probably wouldn't exist. This is true, but it would also be classic mode. Classic mode is really easy. Alright, quick, which threat theme is this? What region is this threat theme for? Yeah, it's industrial. If we had in 1.2 around as difficult as expert? 1.2 classic is not as difficult as expert. What are you talking about? Go back to when Skeletron is the final boss of the game. I have considered downpatching Terraria to play an older version of it. Just haven't really gotten around to it yet, though. Was it even a Lawnmower? No, Lawnmower's a 1.4 edition, but they're talking about modding it in. I mean, in 1.3, Expert Mode was really difficult. I mean, that was the most difficult version of Terraria that you could play. And like, compared to Classic, what the game was, like, Expert Mode was a really challenging edition. And like, yeah, then you got used to that, and you got good at that, because you got better at the game. But, for the time, it was not a cakewalk. When you're like 9 and played Terraria on your iPad, felt harder than Get Fixed Boy? You were just bad at video games. At least Terraria at the time. I mean, like, you were 9 years old. I think it's kind of silly when people, like... You'll get this a lot. People have this pseudo-elitist sense a lot of the times. It's not specific to Terraria. It's common in many communities, where they look down on people playing on lower difficulties, or with accessibility options, or with low skill approaches. Because they're easy, or like if somebody's struggling with a boss on classic mode, they'll get skull emojis and like made fun of or something like that. When the reality of the situation is you're comparing somebody who probably plays video games pretty casually, isn't really that good at them, isn't very experienced at them, might not have that much time to play on them, to somebody who plays video games a lot and is really experienced. And ends up just making that person feel really unwelcome. No damage buffs or food that people take to bosses, no weapons are way weaker and armors are weaker. Yes, but classic mode. Classic. Okay. 4,274 to go. Like you watching the Dungeon Guardian exploit 3 seconds before this was crazy. I will play Mushihime-sama? Mushihime-sama? I have not. I don't know what that is. Do people say that expert is a better start to the game because classic is too easy? It depends where you're starting from. If you're an experienced gamer, if you're familiar with playing video games, then classic Terraria is going to be pretty easy. It's not designed to be a challenge. But if you're giving it to like a kid or somebody who doesn't really play video games that often, expert mode could be rather difficult. Like, I know when my younger brother had tried playing Terraria, because I got it for him for Christmas, he was mad struggling on classic mode. Granted, it was on console, but like, some people just are not, just play video games a lot more casually and just are not as good at them. Can't take out Destroyer even an expert with your Stormbow? Well, the Stormbow is not a particularly good weapon for the Destroyer. I mean, it's decent. It's alright. It's not bad. It'll kill him. But it's not, like, extremely good or anything. What do you think is good for mech bosses early HUD mode? Which mech boss? Cursed Stouts are also very good. Eat Tower. You shoot them upward and they drip down piercing projectiles. They're very good for the Destroyer. And I mean, the Star Cannon and Super Star Shooter are also extremely good. Yeah, and if you're using Daedalus, you should use Holy or Unholy or Jesters. Yeah, for single targets like the twins or Prime, you'd want to use Unholy, I think. Oh, sorry, Holy. Yeah. It needs a resistance against piercing badly? I don't think it does. I don't think Destroyer needs a rework. I think it's fine in its current state. Like, that's its weakness. It's intended to be weak to piercing weapons because it's a worm, and it otherwise has 80,000 hit points. What if it split like Eater? The fight would be drastically more difficult on high difficulties due to the higher number of heads, and the fact that the Destroyer's head hits like an absolute truck. In the hard mode Goblin Army vote, it seems to give increased pierce. I believe Shadow Flame Bow pierces 3 times. But it also replaces the arrow that you use. Which means if you have a arrow that pierces higher than that many times innately, like Unholy or Jesters, you would get less piercing out of it. Your first non-casual game experience was Hollow Knight. You got really mad at Soulmaster and rage quit twice. I know probably like 5 or 6 people that gave up playing Hollow Knight because it was too difficult. Like, a lot of people just play games casually and don't do well with difficulty like that. Shadow Flame plus Frostburn plus Hellfire? Yeah, that's great for the Destroyer. How do you plan to inflict those buffs, though, TM and WG? I guess melee could do it with the Shadow Flame knife. I was thinking about the Shadow Flame bow, but yeah. But at that point, you may as well add Cursed Flames as well. Like Shadow Flame knife plus Flask of Cursed Flames plus Frost Armor plus Magma Stone would get you all 4. The reason why you want to make Terraria really hard is because you spent too much time on bullet hell games. I don't really play bullet hells very much. Reminds me of Calamity Mod, what you're talking about, though. In the sense that it feels like a lot of the bosses there were designed to make Terraria more difficult by emulating bullet hell games and flooding the screen with projectiles. Did you matter the Troy if he wasn't immune to all debuffs? I think he wasn't immune to all debuffs for a period of time. But yeah, he would get absolutely eviscerated by damage over time effects. I think Multi-Quiver should apply Hellfire to any range attack, because right now it's pretty useless, but you range it in 1 PS. Yeah. I feel like what could be cool with the, because the Molten Quiver's in a really weird spot. Because if it is a blanket bonus to all bows, then it would just be really good. And just give more DPS to Ranger when it really doesn't need it. But then if it does anything else, it just sucks. Because there are already other quivers for it to compete with. And if it were to, let's say it made a special arrow type, and as you shot it, it converted it to a unique arrow type that did a strong damage over time effect. Okay, cool. You are describing cursed arrows, which already exist, and you just use to apply a strong fire burning effect to your arrows. And if it didn't replace them, if it applied it as a blanket effect, it would just be really strong. Then with the percent damage bonus, that could be an interesting thought, Zerhop. Because the damage bonus on the quivers isn't particularly good anyway. I usually find the velocity to be more helpful. And the arrow consumption. So if it just removed the damage bonus altogether and instead gave it a strong dot effect to arrow attacks, that could be pretty cool. If they made them stack, they would be way better. What do you mean stack? The velocity? If the velocity stacked, it would be absurd. Your quivers would fucking, like, your arrows would delete the screen. Fly around at light speed. High velocity arrows. Phantasm turns into chain gun. But it would be cool, and it would make them more relevant than they are, because right now, quivers are kind of useless. Yeah, changing from multiplicative to additive makes quivers kind of just bad. There's not really very... At most, I would use one quiver, and even then, it'd be kind of a stretch. Only if I didn't have other good accessories to use. I can't really think of any point in time where I'd ever equip multiple quivers, unless I just had absolutely nothing to equip. So reminds you of trying to take down the Dungeon Guardian with a Zenith? What about it? I mean, I took out the Dungeon Guardian with a copper short sword. Like that. Yeah, no, optimal Dungeon Guardian, I think, is, Phantasm, Luminite arrows, and then all of your equipment set to maximize the number of blade staff times you can summon. I think that's optimal Dungeon Guardian. Okay, 3,300. Would SDMG be better? No. The SDMG might have a faster use time than the Phantasm, but remember the Phantasm hits 4 times per shot. Because it fires 3 spectral arrows that then attack the target. It hits very rapidly. Faster than any other item in the game. Can you still stack a shitload of lightning ore turrets for an insta-kill? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that strategy. Isn't last prism 12 per second? The Phantasm hits like 60 times per second. I think its use time goes down to like 12, which would fire 5 arrows, and then each arrow would hit... Maybe 60 is an overestimate. But it hits a lot. I'm trying to remember the exact number. I think it goes down to 12 use time, or 18. Maybe it's 18 use time. And it fires 4 arrows at once. And each arrow hits 4 times. That's 16 times per shot, and it shoots... If it's 18 use time, 36, a little under 4 times a second. 16 times 4, yeah, about like 60 times a second. And that's not even counting the extra shot from Luminite. Like, the Phantasm hits really, really fast. And then you add on the Blade Staff on top of that. Yes. Person with a Cyrillic name. The probes from the head and tail of the Destroyer don't come out. It's only the body pieces that have the probes release. You killed on a mobile 1.2 because it dealt percentage damage instead of flat damage. There was a point in time where you could cheese the Dungeon Guardian. Before 1.4, if you had Master Ninja Gear and Total Armor, if you got 2 consecutive dodges on the Dungeon Guardian, it would just kill itself. which is only like a 1% chance to happen. But, if you just repeatedly respawned, it would eventually die. What did percentage damage Ipataro? Was it like a mobile weapon or something? Oh, Frostburn. Yeah, Frostburn was... I've heard it was weird on mobile. Okay, almost done to 2400. Can you use a Hoik to keep Dungeon Guardian still? You can use a Hoik. Still. But it's not difficult to move across the world, either. Even with pre-boss gear. Like, if you just get a bridge and a Magiluminescence, you can move across the world really easily. Magiluminescence and boots is fast enough to outrun it. Oh, I think it matches its speed. Cupid arrows work? I don't know. Okay, we broke 24k. 3k to go. And, we'll be done for the day. And I think that's about, a bit over half an hour. You thought it was Skeletron Prime and Rage Speed? No, it's regular Skeletron and Rage Speed, not Skeletron Prime and Rage Speed. It moves at 41 miles per hour. When is next stream? Tomorrow. Noon EST. It's been about 20 hours. I'll be finishing Skeletron. Oh, I get it. This is like the slightly different version of Sundown, and this one's called Moondown. Max crit with Ranger and Phantasm, then stack minions. Yeah. Pretty much. Specifically Blade Staff, as it's the fastest hitting. But, like, that's just to kill it really quickly. It's not difficult to kill. It's just an insta-killing ball of death that's very easy to outrun. You kind of just keep moving. UFO mounts fast enough. If you have this insignia, it's a joke. My hands are starting to get a bit tired, but I want to get him down to half HP today. Blade Staff isn't the fastest hitting. What minion would be hitting faster than Blade? When will the stream end? When he gets to 21k. Which should be about half an hour, give or take. 21k is half HP. Dragon? Dragon does not hit more rapidly than Blade Staff. Not even close. No leagues apart in terms of how frequently they hit. Dragon hits very slowly. Remember that... Marley, did you mean to do that? Yeah. Remember you only get one dragon, whereas you can get, like, what, 11 blade staffs? I forget the max minion number. And the other thing about blade staffs is each blade has, I think, local iframes, and none of them interact with each other. Unlike a lot of minions, where having multiple of them will prevent other ones from dealing damage. Skeletron is, like, sitting in the middle a bit, and it's affecting my ability to hit him. Which is annoying. Okay, we ran out of greater healing potions. Not that that's a problem. If anything, I prefer that, because then I don't have to worry about being less efficient by wasting them. You just do one dragon and then stack blade staffs? Possibly. I don't know the specifics of it. I'm not sure if that would work out to be a bit faster. Because the other thing with Dragon is it also has really shitty AI. And it may not be able to track the Dungeon Guardian to be hitting constantly. Which may be why no more healing pots. Oh, no. I have 742 regular healing potions. I just don't have any greater healing potions. And the reason I hadn't been using healing potions much is because I didn't want to blow through my greater healing potions liberally. But now that I have all the regular ones, I'll pop through them like candy. I don't care. These ones are a dime a dozen. Let's see a wet fish. Alright, 2,500 to go. Slow and steady progress. Yo, it's White Lizard. I love this song. What, you don't like White Lizard? White Lizard's a great song. What, you want me to say progress? Nah, progress. Okay. Almost down to 2,000. You know, I could reduce the toll on my left hand a bit by just rebinding walk left to the attack button. Because I'm basically just constantly holding both. Let me do that. I take a little getting used to, but gives my hand more rest. A lot easier for me to hold down one button than two. We do lose a little bit of efficiency when going to grab the hut statues, huts, but I don't mind that too much. Okay, 23k? Eh, not quite, almost. There we go. How about 23k? Okay, 2,000 more, then we're done for the day. This is so dual, why doesn't everyone fight Prime like this? Exactly. Like, people ask for help with the mechs all the time, just send them this video. Like, just do this. Get a lawnmower, get 115 defense, get a bunch of teleporters, some honey, bass statue, hout lantern, hout statues, and then just carve out a solid 10 hours, and it's no sweat. This beat kind of sounds like it's out of Spore. I don't remember Spore's soundtrack sounding like this, but I also have not played Spore recently. I see you, Sharktails. A novice player could probably learn to beat Premech Duke before beating Prime this way. Civ in space? Oh, I usually stop playing by the time space stage comes along, so. Yep, 1.7k HP. Okay. 1.6k. Oh shit, we've almost done 1,000 damage to the saw. Wow. Really racking up the DPS there. Should you kill all the arms first?
No.
His saw is hoarding a bit of hits. The lawnmower pierces, so I don't even think it is. Then no. Thank you. Can I please make a how to hack Terraria on all devices video? No, I don't even know how to hack Terraria on PC. The Vice? Vice is... Oh shit, we've done more than 1,000 damage to the Vice. We've been going harder on the Vice than we have the Saw. You buy the physical copy and get a hacksaw. Make tutorial on how to trim the lawn with a sword? No. Figure things out yourself. I don't make tutorials. That's where you're wrong, kiddo. Not too off the channel says the type of vids that I make. That, and I also don't care about hacking Terraria. How to make tutorials? Name one. I've never in my life ever made a tutorial. I don't care that much time death. 2 of my last 4 vids? No, those were not tutorials, those were instruction videos. That's a guide. TMNWG, not a tutorial. It was a guide on how to make something. I made an instruction video on how to make an invincibility machine. And demonstrated through the use of a guide how to get into the dungeon without killing Skeletron. What's the difference between a guide and a tutorial? One's a guide, the other one's a tutorial. Pretty sure after that vid it's gonna be patched. Okay, it's not my problem. I mean, I don't really use any of them anyway. I don't really mind if they get patched. It's not something I'd lose any sleep or cry over. I mean, I expect anytime that I make a video on something, it's entirely possible it's going to get patched. Like, I expect some of the cheese strategies I showed off in the Cheese All Bosses video will probably be patched by the time 1.4.5 comes out. It's just how it is. I mean, you popularize something, it's going to get patched. If it's particularly broken. Like, I imagine the Bass Statue desync glitch is going to get patched. I know the Lucky Coin's getting nerfed. At least that's what Line 4s had said before they passed away. I assume it's still the case. Adam Owen has been here sometimes. Omo. He was here earlier. I'll make a post-patch video. It depends on what the state of the things are like. Team NWG. How much of it's changed, and... I mean, I already know some other cheeses for the bosses that work. Like, I saw a Jousting Lance Minecart Destroyer cheese the other day. Where, like, you've got on a minecart really fast, and then Jousting Lanced and, like, teleported underneath him and rode back and forth at a high speed to, like, insta-kill him. Lucky Coin is getting nerfed eventually. That was the intention of Line Force before he passed away. Alright. Omo, that's not on topic and seems unnecessary to say. Okay, 1k left. While it's fine to talk to other people in chat, there have been issues in the past of people coming in with alt accounts and essentially just being annoying and flooding chat with unrelated messages. So I would suggest you stop that behavior. Alright, 913. 900. I hate this game. I hate this game. Stream's over.